Good morning and thank you for joining us this morning for our City Council budget development meeting. Today we'll go ahead and get started. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Adamson.
Here.
Gray.
Here.
Cheatham.
Here.
Lurick.
Here.
Ortega.
Here.
Stevens.
Here.
Glad.
Here. We'll jump to agenda item number 2 is fiscal year 2022 budget development overview. Finance staff will give a brief overview of budget development items related to creation of the city's fiscal year 2022
Thanks for your phone.
budget development presentations will be given at this time. Jim.
I know when to take my cues. So there are bean counters, and then those are...
Jim, I hate to interrupt you. Chief, I need you to move, and then you can sit back there where our fire chief is. Thank you. Okay, sorry, Jim.
So some of you might have seen this in the past, but this is kind of my usual thing I like to do before I get started into a budget process. And so, as you can see, this is one of those Gary Larson cartoons, and the donut shop maker, or the donut shop owner, is in his donut shop and he's trying to figure out what went wrong in the process. And needless to say, budgets are just a plan, and all plans have a tendency to go awry at some point in time. Hopefully it won't go as awry as this did, but it's pretty obvious what's going on in that particular case. So I wanted to start out with just a little bit of housekeeping. There were some items that were requested at the last city council meeting that we had to go over the budget. And I have, excuse me, I have provided some of those items to you. I'm still working on a couple of them, so I'm going to take you through the ones that I have. We did get one written memo related to questions that one of the council members had. That's this document right here. I'd be glad to show that up on the screen as well. But Councilmember Lurg asked several, or didn't really ask any questions, but had several comments as to how she viewed the budget process. Councilmember Adamson asked some questions related to the fee schedules. I have those answers included here in writing, and we certainly will entertain those questions and the answers that were given at the time that we go through the fee resolutions or the fee discussion. And then there was a question from Councilmember Ortega regarding, as it was put at the time, I'm going to use a different term, boots on the ground, as it related to our counts for all of our different positions in all of our departments. I have incorporated the actual number of positions in the two departments that we're going to be reviewing today, both for police and fire. It shows the number of authorized positions on that PowerPoint slide, and then below that it shows the actual number of positions on an average basis that were filled. I have all of the information as it relates to all of the different departments for the last 5 years. And it's an analysis that was done in finance. It's not a perfect analysis. There are some flaws in it, but it does provide the actual number of people in each one of the departments. When I give you the rest of the PowerPoint slides that are going out, those will be going out to you next week, and I hope to have those out to you early next week, and that'll be for the meetings that transpire the week after that, and that's when we're hoping to conclude the entire process as it relates to the presentations. And included in those numbers, or included in those slides, will be the numbers as it relates to the appointed positions as well as the filled positions in each one of the departments. And I'd be glad to provide the overall report to you as well that shows all departments. I do have a comment about it as we get into the next part of the discussion. There was also a question from Councilmember Stevens about the amount, and I may need some clarification on this, but I believe you wanted to know what the variable hours were, the variable time, for instance, overtime, on-call, and things of that nature. That's one of the handouts that I've given to you. That's based upon the current year. We're working through, if you want to have some history, we can get some history as well, but the history is a little bit harder to come by, principally because some of the numbers that were generated in the past, we've kind of lost some of those numbers within the context. The numbers that I gave to you in the handout are still fresh and are fairly accurate, and they reflect what's in the current year's budget. The other question that I got was from Councilmember Stevens related to salaries, essentially by position. I'm working on that. I should have that ready for you as well. And what it will do is show for all the positions in the city on an average basis over the course of the last 5 years, what the salaries have been. It won't give individual names. It'll just show for a position the salaries. That's near completion, so that should be to you fairly soon.
Chris?
Yeah, one of the, and maybe this is, I didn't communicate clearly. What I would really like is to see, not by name, but, you know, A, B, C, D, not necessarily just salary, but what the actual remuneration was, because
Okay.
in the case of some positions, talking about the salary is very different than the take-home.
Yes. Okay. So if I understand what you're saying correctly, you want to see what their net pay is? Or-
Right.
Okay.
Right, so.
That might be a little more problematic.
No, not the net pay.
Well-
She wants to see what the actual total earnings are, including ad pays or anything.
Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
so Chris Stevens made X amount as principal, and then she got this for that, and that for this, and et cetera. And so at the end of the day, you know, she actually took home $6,000 more than what the salary schedule is.
So what I would anticipate, based on what I've been able to accomplish thus far, is a total compensation amount, which would include add-ons, overtime, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
And that is doable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Sorry, I didn't.
No, that's fine. Then I have a process question, because I sent in those questions, but then I spent yesterday late evening going through what you sent us, you know, line by line, and as a result, you know, ended up with further questions.
Okay.
And so I don't know how I don't know what our process for today's meeting is.
So I think that we're going to try to get to, what we'll do is we're going to try to get through everybody, and if there's a specific question for like the nonprofits, then a specific nonprofit, then we'll have them come up and try to answer that. And then if it's for like staff, we'll kind of do the same thing.
Okay.
Staff will be presenting. If there's a specific question, we'll try to do that. I do know we're kind of on a timeline, so we don't want to drag everything out. So, and then if we can't get some questions asked or answered, we just need to get them written down so we can get them back out to the council. That's all. Perfect.
So what I wanted to start out with today is actually, I have this group of papers that looks like this. And up at the top, it says eligibility rules for expenditure of ARPA funds. And actually, I believe that might have been one of the questions that you had, Councilmember Stevens. They're called ARPA funds, and it's COVID related. It's the relief bill that was just passed by Congress back in January of 2021. And to start out with, the city of Pocatello, because it has a population of more than 50,000 people, is considered to be a metropolitan area, and as a consequence is going to receive aid directly through the process that's established for that. And the amount is in the neighborhood of somewhere between, it's around $10.7 million. The timeline on that is that the money is to be spent through December 31st, 2024. So roughly about 3.5 years between now and the end of the timeline as it relates to spending that money. The items that in general are eligible to be reimbursed are included in these pages. I've got a little bit more of a detailed discussion in some cases on the pages that follow, but the first 2 pages, and I've highlighted in yellow there, the first criteria that's eligible is to respond to the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts, including assistance to households, small businesses, and nonprofits, or aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. The second one is to respond to workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to eligible workers. I'll talk about each one of these in a minute. The next one is for the provision of government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue due to the COVID-19 public health emergency relative to revenues collected in the most recent full fiscal year prior to the emergency. And as you might imagine, that one's a little bit hard to calculate, but I'll talk about that in just a minute as well. And then probably the most important one that I can see at this point is to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. And I'll talk about the last one first because I think that's the one that will most likely result in us being eligible to be reimbursed for these funds. So in looking through the details, it looks like just about any water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure, and believe it or not, there are cities that do have broadband infrastructure. So water and sewer is pretty clearly ones that we would be eligible for. And I know we have a project that we've been talking about, and specifically, that one in itself could take care of a lot of that $10.6 or $10.7 million. And that's the Johnny Creek project. So that might be one that we want to consider within that context. I don't really envision anything in the broadband area, but that would involve the city actually adding some infrastructure to help people to be able to have speedier broadband service. I don't envision that that's going to be one that we would necessarily be able to do. And there may be some water projects as well. We might want to dedicate some of that to water projects. The one up above that, item C, is they have a very, very, very complicated formula that they've devised to, it appears to be very limited in its ability to help governmental jurisdictions out, but essentially you go back to 2019 and you look at your revenues in comparison to the next year after, which would be 2020, and any revenue loss would be compensable within the context of what this $10.7 million would be available for. I haven't really gone through the formula very carefully to find out whether in fact we could be eligible, we might be eligible for part of that $10.7 million to be used for revenue loss. The premium pay is another one that's a little bit difficult. It's related to folks that are essentially at the minimum wage level or a little bit above, and it's to help to bring them up to a higher level of pay and any hardships that they faced during the COVID experience. It's It appears as though it's intended to be retroactive, but it could also be working into the future as it relates to that. And then finally, the first item, negative economic impacts. Included in there would be if, for instance, the city had laid off some people as a result of COVID, that would be another avenue that we might have to provide assistance. We would be provided assistance within that context. And as it's indicated there, small businesses could be aided within this context. The way the regulations are disseminated, it would indicate that if you have to really prove that there has been a hardship associated with the COVID timeline. I don't even know if officially the COVID timeline is over at this point in time. It appears as though it is continuing.
Roger?
So I have a couple of questions, Jim. So the first one is, I think I've heard this is a reimbursement.
Yeah, and that part,
word in there.
yeah, I'm not, yeah. It appears as though we're going to get the money, but then I don't know for sure whether we have to apply first and get the money, or whether essentially you have to spend the money first and then you get the money. I haven't gone through the details of that part of it to know which way it's going to
So you
work.
could spend the money and then they say, oh, that was a nice try.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, right. So I think we want to be careful to make sure that we do have pretty rock solid elements of what it is that we want to be spending the money on.
And just offhand, I think I know some agencies that had to really change what they were doing, nonprofit agencies. I think, I'm not positive, but I think probably the most negatively affected department was recreation. I know they had to do a lot of refunding. So I can visualize some places where it will be easy to justify reimbursement there.
That's a good example, very good example. Needless to say, it's going to be a process that we need to go through, and in the regulations, it encourages agencies to go through a collaborative process to make sure that all of the elements of the community are being met within the context of what was desired as the legislation was passed. I haven't really gone through the process enough to know the best way to have that collaborative process, but I could envision there would be several ways to do that. We've got a little bit of time. It's not like we need to rush out and spend the money right away. In fact, I would encourage us not to do that.
Well, from what I heard you say is that you almost need to use the full year of recovery whenever that starts as your template against what you lost.
Yeah, that's correct. So we'll probably come up with a number of different elements, and then perhaps we'll have to decide which ones are the highest priority within that context. Any other questions on that? 150 pages was the preliminary regs. I would imagine the final ones are going to be even longer. And again, just to make it clear, we are a direct recipient of these funds. It doesn't go through another agency to get to us. We don't have to go through the state. So we are a metropolitan area above 50,000 population, so we get that money directly.
So, Jim, just some clarification for me. This $10.7-ish million that we're allegedly going to get, I'm putting it in allegedly because it's federal government. Who knows when and if and how we're going to get that. We're not budgeting an extra $10 million. If this does come in, we will be doing a budget amendment to accept it. And
Yes.
okay.
Yes, I don't anticipate, there may be some possibilities in the next piece that I talked to you about. We may have some elements of how we might want to utilize some of the funds. I'm going to go over the general fund financial picture again. I've got all the budgets in, so I know what the budgeted numbers are for the general fund. And I have reviewed that with you before, but that could be a possibility, and I'll talk about that when we get into that. But aside from that, I don't envision that we would incorporate any of the $10.7 million in this current budget. Okay, next piece. I'll pass this on down this way, Chris, if you would. Thank you. So this is the, yeah, go ahead. This is the continuation of the prior information that I had provided to you about 3 weeks ago. And I'm trying to show kind of a red light, green light, yellow light, proceed with caution, sort of an approach to that. And looks like my computer fell asleep here.
Better your computer than us.
Well, I was going to make a comment about that, but I thought I would hold off on that.
I can say you can't.
So what I'm showing here on the very top line is what is included in the budget that you've received. Revenues of, you haven't received the whole budget yet, but this is what I know at this point. So total revenues of $36,274,572. There's a couple of assumptions in that revenue number, one of which is related to property taxes. I'll talk about that in just a minute. I've also gotten the information from the Association of Idaho Cities related to revenue sharing, and lo and behold, sales tax revenues do show an increase. So that's a little bit of a double-edged sword. If we had shown a decrease, that might be an area, for instance, that we could use some of that $10.7 million to show that we actually had a revenue decrease. My reading of that, again, is that you take your 2019 revenues, compare those to 2020, and then there's some, they do a fancy element of what CPI would be. They call it something else. I'm not going to call it the same thing because I don't even remember exactly how to say it. But essentially, you compare revenues for the 2 years, and if you've had a reduction in revenues, you could use some of that, $10.7 million. I don't know for sure that we'll have any of that can be used for that purpose, but it's possible. And then expenditures, based upon what was requested from departments, $38,690,544. That's a difference of a negative $2,415,000. So what I've talked about with you so far is, I've included it in this presentation to you, but I'd like to know at this point in time, or you can tell me we would rather wait until later. What I have proposed is that we take the new construction portion, and it's an estimate. I don't have an exact estimate at this point in time, but what I'm working towards is how do we address this $2,415,000 deficit. One way to partially address it would be to take the $200,000 in new construction. So that's assessed value that's added to the roll. I believe that's a conservative estimate. It's entirely likely that that'll be more than that amount, but I've corroborated that at least to the point where I know I can say with pretty good confidence that it will be at least $200,000. Could be a little bit more. And what that would mean is that to allocate that all to the general fund. And I'll talk in just a moment about how we do allocate property taxes. And that's the other piece, which would be to reallocate a portion of the amount or the entire amount that was dedicated in this current fiscal year to Fund 78. Fund 78 is used for capital projects, essentially. I believe we have a sufficiently large balance in the capital projects fund to where I don't necessarily believe that we would need to allocate $1 million to that fund, and I'm proposing that it be reallocated to the general fund. In addition to that, what was proposed at the last meeting that we had was a reduction in budgets of $1 million. I think the percentage at that time I used was 2.6%. Lo and behold, it's a little bit less than that. What that really means is this number up here has grown just a little bit since when I talked to you last. The combination of those items, the $200,000 in new construction, the reallocation of the property taxes, and reducing budgets by $1 million would provide $2.2 million towards that $2,415,000 deficit. That would leave $215,000. Not necessarily that would have to be addressed in the current year's budget, or not in the current year's budget, but in next year's budget. But that could be resolved in a future year. We do have, I anticipate, and this is just some of the highlights, but I anticipate that we're going to actually have carryover from this current fiscal year of about $1.2 million. That means we're going to spend less and we're getting more revenue than what we had planned in this current fiscal year that we're in right now by about $1.2 million. Most of that relates to the CARES Act monies that we got. And just to explain that CARES Act money for the most part was related to the previous fiscal year. So we spent that money in the previous fiscal year. We didn't get the money until this current fiscal year. So that actually acts as additional revenues in this current fiscal year. I think I've said this and I'll say it again. That has not been audited yet. I don't know for sure that it's going to pass audit, but I believe it will. I'm fairly confident that the expenditures that we got reimbursed for in the CARES Act will pass the audit test. We're right in the first stages of the process related to essentially the money that the state passed through to us. Ide Bailey from Boise is the one that's actually doing the audit for the state. And it's not really an audit per se, but they are doing a review. And it looks like, based upon what I've seen thus far, it looks like we probably will pass the review. And so those monies would, I'm not saying they're available, but essentially what I'm saying is they're going to roll into the fund balance at the end of this fiscal year. And we do have some savings in expenditures as well. We do have some revenue shortages. I talked a little bit previously related to our interest revenues. I envision that we are going to not be earning much in the way of interest for some time into the future. I talked with a broker as it relates to possible municipal type of investments that we could make, and his prediction was pretty much the same as what the Federal Reserve Board is predicting. Interest rates are going to stay pretty much the same for the next couple years. What they do is they have a polling of those Reserve Board members, and they make a prediction as to where the interest rates are going to go over the next 3 years. The majority of them are saying that pretty much interest rates are going to stay right where they are. Right where they are right now is around 0.25%. That's how much we're earning on our interest. We have some significant cash reserves, but when you're earning in financial terms 25 basis points, that doesn't amount to a lot of money. So we're going to be short there. We're going to get a little bit more in sales tax revenues. We've got the CARES Act. We've got some other elements. The impact on general fund balance, if we take into account that if we did the reductions as was proposed, the $1 million, took $1 million of property tax revenues from Fund 78, got the $200,000 in new construction, and then had a rollover of $1.212 million. The impact on our general fund is that general fund would actually increase by almost $1 million at that point. I am concerned over the course of time that this $215,000 essentially deficit, and bear in mind that takes into account that we're taking some property tax revenues from another fund that typically, or not typically, but you had decided to allocate differently in the past. We're taking the $200,000 new construction and allocating that all to the general fund. And then if we reduce budgets by $1 million, that still leaves us with what's considered to be a structural deficit. That means your revenues do not meet what your expenditures are. That doesn't get better over time. That sort of rolls forward by the time you take the current year's expenditures into account and pay increases, CPI, Consumer Price Index increases. It doesn't get any better over the course of time. So what I would propose is, and as we go through the budgets, I'm sure you're going to find ways to help meet this goal of $1 million. And I'm sure you're going to find ways that we're not going to be able to meet it in particular departments. So then when it's all said and done, when we go through the budget process, the presentations that are made, the mayor and I will go through a process to try to determine what the will of the council is as it relates to that. And of course, whatever input you give along the way would be very helpful. Helps make it so that I don't have to stay up till midnight for the next 2 months trying to figure this out.
I've got one question. The $1,212,000, does that reflect the $400,000 reduction in interest that you projected?
Yes.
So it's already...
Yes, it is. It's incorporated into that.
And as I was reflecting also, I think we're supposed to be starting to get paid back from the Northgate TIF district. I think, we put substantial money in it, and I think we're supposed to be getting a couple $100,000 this year and maybe $500,000 next year as money back to us. And I would think we need to start anticipating that revenue if it's real.
So that'll be something that I'll review in the context of my facility as the Chief Financial Officer for the Pocatello Development Authority. And we have a couple of board members here. I don't know if either one of you would want to make any comment as it relates to that.
Well, my only comment is that money comes back as the taxes are paid, and as a reimbursement comes in. We all know that. Nobody went into that blindly, and so when those monies are available, then they will be coming back in.
But we should be getting a report of what we can expect.
There was a proposed schedule of,
Well,
money
there were-
increment income.
Yeah, there's a revenue stream generated. Whether it meets the threshold that was set or not, we don't know. But we should at least be anticipating the revenue stream of payback, because anything that happens there is supposed to be, on one side, we don't get much because we froze taxes essentially. The other side is, if there is an increment increase that's coming back to the district, we're supposed to share in that increment.
And everybody, and for sure, Roger, you know very well, if there's not money there, there's no money to do that. There's not been anything taxable yet. You know, as you've been a part of setting up a number of TIF districts, if there's not money available, if the tax isn't being paid, then that money does not come back. And it takes 3 years from the time if you start the TIF district, with taxable valuation coming. A great example of this is Pocatello Square. We started a TIF district knowing that first year you would start receiving some taxes. It takes 3 years before you start recognizing any of
And
that
all I'm saying
taxes.
is the projection we received.
A projection is a projection, as you know.
But there are at least 4 houses up there. There will be presumably some apartments that will be completed within this year. They will go on the tax roll. That should be something that we can anticipate as a revenue back to us.
I would not say you could anticipate that this year. You're right, there are 4 houses.
So there's an increment that's adjusted. And anything else that is completed and goes on with occupancy goes on for next year.
So,
Part of my job is basically to take the revenues that I anticipate based upon a realistic expectation of what those revenues would be. I certainly would, at this point, based upon what I'm hearing, I would anticipate that that probably isn't something that we could look forward to into the next fiscal year. So I don't know that that would be available for dealing with the $214,000 structural deficit. But in the future, certainly could be. And I believe that's where
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Councilmember Bray is.
we can't move forward with budgets without including what revenue we can anticipate. We can't necessarily quantify it to the dollar, but we can anticipate some level based on what new construction does there.
Chris?
And at the very least, I think part of the point, or for me, part of the takeaway from what you're saying is it's been, I don't know, more than a year, I think, since we had any kind of report on Northgate increment. And I think we need that, regardless, quite apart from this budgeting process. I think it would be helpful because part of the overall plan was the increment projections, and if they're now apparently completely incorrect, then I think an update of what that looks like more realistically now is important.
So the PDA did come and give us an update, and that's where we'll get those updates, and the PDA comes and presents to
And
the
when's
city
the next
council.
one?
I don't know, we'd have to look
Roughly?
at the schedule when the next one is, but they come in, if I remember right, October, November is when they come.
Yeah, and I think that's,
February or March is when.
so
when
a
that was,
year
so.
from this past February would be their next.
Would be their next one, yes.
I would like to hear from them
I think
long
we could
before
invite them in.
that.
so-
Well, we probably can invite them in, but we've got to,
Anyway.
we'll look at that. Okay, thank you.
So, property taxes, for just a minute. This is the property taxes for the current fiscal year.
Are you on page 2?
It's on that second page. Yeah.
Just want to follow along, sorry.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. So the reason I'm showing you this is for 2 reasons. One of which is to show you the allocation amongst the different funds. So for 2021, we show the general fund $21,891,994, liability insurance fund $577,722, street $3.5 million, recreation about $1.472, cemetery fund $160,000, airport $981, library $1.8 million, and we have debt service that's being paid from property taxes of $227,000. And then finally, we allocated $1 million to Fund 78. And so my proposal would be to take that $1 million from Fund 78, reallocate that up to the general fund, and then in addition to that, take the $200,000 and allocate that to the general fund as well. The other piece of what I wanted to show is that included in essentially the current year's property tax determination was $4,993,000 that was provided to Pocatello out of the Governor's Public Safety Initiative, GPSI as it's called. And that actually reduced directly the property taxes that are paid by property taxpayers. That's almost 16%. If you take the $31,655,000, reduce it by almost $5 million, that means the net amount of property taxes paid by property owners directly was $26,662,000. So that was a nice thing to do for property taxpayers, but what it puts us in the position of is whether if we did nothing at all, just left the property taxes at the same amount as they were for the current year, people will see a property tax increase just by virtue of what's happening there. That's one of the reasons why, if you recall, I had talked about a CPI increase and going all the way up to the 3%. I just don't see that that's feasible within this context.
And Jim, I'll interject. I think any house that is valued at $250,000 or more will get another $25,000 reduction.
Homeowners exemption.
Homeowners exemption, which will cut into property taxes, which ultimately will raise taxes.
Yeah, we do get that. The city still gets reimbursement through the state on the homeowner's property tax exemption, so we're not out that money, but yes, it does reduce the property owner's taxes. So there is some additional relief from the legislature as it relates to that.
Chris?
I think the other factor is that, we don't know yet. I'm not sure when the new assessments come out, in June sometime.
They're supposed to be
Should be
sent out by June 1.
Supposed to be, yeah, it should have them.
And
this
if
week.
everything that I'm reading and people in the real estate business are telling me is even partially correct, people are going to see another hike in their assessments anyway, and then you add the fact that they got this break this year, I think some people are going to be knocked back. It's going to take their breath away, I'm afraid. So I don't want to add to that consternation.
I think that we all recognized last year when we did this, that was the very discussion, is next year, regardless of what happens, they're going to see an increase because of what we've done this year. So we knew this was coming no matter what. Linda, you had
And that was basically my comment too. We made it very clear when we were talking about this last year that it was a one-time thing. And I know that doesn't mean that everybody realizes that or is going to remember it, but we did make a point of that, so we knew this was going to happen.
What's
That doesn't
unfortunate?
change the fact.
What's unfortunate is most people
fact
didn't
is
see
it's
it
one time.
anyway because.
They only pay attention when they write their check.
when they
Right.
write the check.
Right.
Well, and our
So-
meetings are during the day, and most people are working, and then they're very busy, and to remember to, the meetings that are live streamed, that are recorded. And we didn't do anything like a PR campaign to really, I don't remember whether anything was included in the, in the tax bill, like,
We did
red
a-
alert, remember. So, essentially,
We did a PR campaign. We did try to get the word out there, but the number of people that, when we were going through this and when we did that, we had a number
Could you
of.
ask Logan to put together just a, bullet point of, where information
Sure.
appeared and what our PR campaign around helping citizens be aware actually looked like, with
Yeah.
rough dates?
I know that between the city and the county, that was out there pretty well, but you just have to pay attention.
Yeah,
So I'll see if we can't pull some things together.
thank you.
So not to beat the horse to death, but essentially, this is not a year that I would recommend that we increase the amount of property taxes. Property taxpayers are going to see enough of an increase just within that context. They will get some relief back as it relates to homeowners exemption, and the city would presumably be made whole out of that. But nonetheless, in the future, when we deal with this $215,000, we may look to at least get some relief as it relates to how we might approach property taxes in the future.
I have another question.
Yeah, Chris?
How does, and I'd asked this question, I think, when Skylar was here, So the airport got COVID money separate from, just under
Yes.
their imprimatur. So I'm wondering whether, and they, at that time, Skylar said they've not had an opportunity to create a plan for expending that money. Is there any positive impact toward this deficit from the airport COVID money?
Skylar's not the
Skylar's here.
So you're talking
Not
two
Skylar,
different
I'm
things. So
sorry,
you got
I'm sorry.
Skylar with
You're right.
PRT.
You're right, I'm sorry.
Who got money also, and then you have
Right.
Alan at the airport
Alan,
who
right.
also got money.
Yes, got it. But bottom line is the airport got money as an entity, and so I'm just wondering whether there's any potential for them as they're developing their plan, not only for this year, but I think they have maybe 3 years to spend that, which probably means
I believe you're correct in
2 years
that.
left. And so I'm just thinking that maybe as they're developing their plan, I would like to see if they could maybe reduce that line.
I don't want to speak for Skylar. Since he's not here, I suppose I could.
Oh,
but-
no, for
For
Alan.
Alan.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to correct
know-
you, thank you.
Unfortunately, I won't speak for Skylar or Alan, or maybe fortunately for them. But, and I make the same mistake all the time. I always think that Skylar is in charge of the airport. I forget that he's not, so.
Flying buses,
I
I'm
don't know
going
what
to
it
do
is.
that.
It's all part of transportation.
So we do have Christie here with the
Okay.
airport that can answer probably.
Hiding behind.
Well, what I was going to say, and maybe Christie can augment what I'm going to say, but the issue related to the COVID monies that we're getting for the airport, I'm not sure that that's true for transit, but certainly in the case of the airport, is it's pretty restricted for capital type of items. And we're trying to build up enough money to do the capital improvements that we need to do
Right.
at the airport in order to be eligible for not just the COVID money, but ongoing transportation-related money. And I may have not said that exactly correctly, Christie, but is that pretty close?
It actually can be used for anything that airport revenues can legally be used for, which means it has to be for airport. So that money could not go into the general fund. Technically, could you reduce what you're giving us in taxes? And then we have to use that, but then we're essentially operating on reserves. And like Jim said, to get our capital projects done, the match money that we use to fund our grants to do those capital projects is what took the biggest hit because it's based on passenger count. So we anticipate we may be $700,000 to $800,000 short on our match money over the next several years because of this trickle effect. The passenger numbers are still not back up. So we are going to have to use a good portion of that on our future projects to make our match money. So that's why we've tried very carefully not to expend a lot of it yet because we know that's going to be a big burden coming up that we're not going to have the planned revenue for. We're going to have to use that money for it.
I think Christie wanted to give a down-to-earth,
Yeah.
boots on the ground.
And that'll be a
Level
question
discussion.
also when the airport presents here in a couple of weeks that we can rehash and have that discussion also.
Because presumably, some of those costs that you're talking about were built into this 981. And so that's what I'm wondering, is if those kinds of necessary expenditures were built into this 981, can any of the money that you just talked about be used to?
I understand Councilmember Stevens' question, and we'll address that
Okay.
when we go over the
Great.
airport. Any other questions on what I'm giving as an overview at this point? If not, then we can proceed to the next, or if you do have any other questions, I'd be glad to entertain those.
Yeah, you've been pretty thorough. Let's go ahead and move to agenda item number 3, and if you're done with these handouts.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll move to agenda item 3 is the fiscal year 2022 employee benefit overview. Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director, and AJ, how do I say your last name, AJ? Argyle, GBS Benefits Incorporated will give a presentation. So Mara, will you do me a favor and go ask that couple out there if they are trying to get in here, and if they are, I'm gonna ask you, and probably you need to be in here, Laura,
I'm just going to be here for this presentation.
for this presentation. I'm gonna ask somebody, probably maybe Richard, to go and watch this online until, or at their desk until we can vacate more seats.
You can just stay there.
Heather with the
I was gonna volunteer me, but
I would like to know this.
I got a cortisone shot in my elbow and it turned me pink. No, I've been in my office like a mole.
it looks like they're not looking to get in here, so.
Gee, I may have to think about that.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Good morning, Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director.
AJ Argyle, GBS Benefits out of Idaho Falls.
We're here to talk about our fiscal year 22 benefit renewal. It's a short presentation. You're all welcome.
Thank you so much.
We don't believe it.
Hey, the talking's going to come from you guys, not from us.
So the first thing we want to talk about is how the city of Pocatello is insured. The city of Pocatello is currently insured, as you know, through Blue Cross of Idaho, and they're fully insured. It's not a self-insured product. And Blue Cross of Idaho is the largest carrier in the state. I don't know if all of you were here, but some of you were. We used to be with Aetna. It was about 3 years ago. And we've seen discounts as much as 20% better with Blue Cross than we were seeing with Aetna. So obviously, that was a good move on our part, and it's paid dividends. Our increases have been low. We took the decrease last year, of course. We've taken a very proactive approach with the benefits in the past and current and moving forward. We have our own data analytics system currently in place, and we've also gotten very aggressive with the plan design. We made some changes to the prescription drug plan and that, and I'll show you how that's actually benefited the city. Then another thing that we've done is we've actually made CASE, which they've now changed the name of it now to Care Management, mandatory for the employees. We discussed that. We did that last year, and I'll show you how that's benefited the city as well. So for fiscal 2022, the renewal is a 7% increase. We started at a 14.6% increase, and we were able to negotiate that down to a 7% increase. That equates to about $345,000. You're currently spending about $5 million, and that's going to go up to about $5.3 million.
What did you say we started at?
14.6% is what we started at.
14.6 and you
Yeah.
got it to 7.
7, yeah, so we cut a little more than half, so.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that? Okay. So we're going to talk about the reporting experience and background. We'll talk about what does experience mean. Experience is essentially just reporting or claims data that applies to a particular group, in this case, of course, the city of Pocatello. What is a loss ratio? A loss ratio is essentially premium paid in versus claims paid out. Now keep in mind that Blue Cross can take 15% of the total premium paid in as administration, and that's based on ACA. And the data that we're going to give you today does not include administration. So you need to really add another 15 points onto that to see where we're actually trending. We're going to talk about large claimants. A large claimant is essentially any employee, spouse, or dependent that has $10,000 or more in claims. We'll talk about trend as well. Trend is essentially medical inflation. Currently in Idaho, they're calling trend or medical inflation probably right between 7 and 8.6%. It varies every year. COVID's kind of been like a moving target a little bit, so it's bounced around a little bit, but I'm pretty comfortable with that 7 to 8.6%. So that's why I fought for that 7%. I was trying to get us in on the lower end of trend is what we're trying to do with that. So our current experience, and our current experience runs October 1st through April. Is all we got the claims data. It's running a 92% loss ratio. Now you tack on that 15% for administration, puts you at 107. Essentially that means Blue Cross is losing 7 cents on every dollar currently that we're paying them. And so you can see why they were trying to recoup that back. I was trying to get them flat essentially, but they're saying, with trend, they wanted that extra 7 points, which was that 14% increase. We were able to fight them down with some of the things that we're doing. We currently have 60 large claimants. Once again, those are claimants that are over $10,000, and those claims are $2.18 million. So you have 60 people that have ran $2.18 million in claims this last year. And each large claimant's averaging about $36,000. Our largest claimant is $200,000. And and we've got 3 large claimants that are over $100,000 right now. So your total claims to date are $3.1 million, and those 60 large claimants are essentially 68% of your overall claims cost. And your prescription costs currently running about 33% of your overall claims cost, still a little higher than I want it to be, but we're making some progress there, and so I'm happy with that. So, any questions on the current experience?
Yeah, 68 and 33 adds up to 101%.
So the 33%, so when you're talking about your large claimants, that includes prescription costs, that 33% will fall under part of that 68% as well, because they have prescription costs as well too, so, yep. Any questions? So let's talk about our experience last year, which would be October through September. Last year, our loss ratio was 75%. Keep in mind, we took a 14% decrease last year. That's why the loss ratio was different there. Excuse me. We had 92 large claimants with claims totaling almost $4 million, and each large claimant was averaging about $42,000, where we've lowered that now down to $36,000. Our largest claimant last year was $340,000, and we had 8 large claimants over $100,000. So obviously we're doing a little bit better. We're trending a little better than we were last year as far as large claimants go, per claimant anyway. The large claimants were 76% of your overall claims, and your RX costs were 38% of your claims costs. That's the highest we have of any group. And so that's why we got a little bit aggressive with that prescription plan. I think that's actually starting to trend that and bring that back down. We're going to continue to get aggressive with that and keep an eye on that. I really want to get that below 30. If we can't get that below 30, I'll probably come with some different plan changes and things next year to do that. So, COVID is complicating things a little bit, as we discussed.
Okay, we have Linda.
Oh, sorry.
I thought our number was 12.74%.
Well, we have a blended rate because we had the original decrease and then Blue Cross gave us money back because they legally had to.
Yeah, we had a pretty good decrease.
Because I had 12.74 burned into my brain.
Well, it got bigger.
Okay.
It's not doing that this year. It's staying at 7.
Right.
And part of that was the COVID too, because you got to remember that a lot of people weren't going in and getting things done. And so the problem was, there's a medical loss ratio that ACA requires that the carriers meet, and that's 85%. They can only take 15% for administration. So if 85% isn't going to pay claims, they have to pay money back. Blue Cross knew they were going to have to pay money back, so they gave it back to the employers before they had to pay that back, because that's a PR nightmare in their world. So that's why we got the reimbursements beforehand.
Okay. See, I do this.
Yeah, I know. Well, I said that number a lot last year.
Any questions on the experience the last couple of years? Now we'll just kind of move on to HealthJoy. I don't know if any of you have actually used the HealthJoy app or have it downloaded on your phone. We currently have 59 of our clients with HealthJoy. Every single one of them loves it. Every single one of them is renewing. The activation rate for our current book of business and HealthJoy's is 70.5%. That means people are actually downloading the application. You guys actually had an 87% activation rate, which speaks volumes of your HR department getting out and educating employees and getting them to engage in the product. Your current return on investments running about $46,000 or 136%, which is awesome. We have a 100% survey satisfaction rate, and the total member utilization, or the total number of unique actions, is 2,321. That means someone went onto the application and did something 2,321 times. Yeah.
I don't know if this is possible, but I've tried to use it twice, and both times it was pointless. And so I'm wondering, because they just said, well, for your age and what you're calling about, we won't deal with that. And it was not life-threatening or long-term.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering if there's a way, but it was aggravating, because both times I was on the phone 3 or 4 times, only to eventually be told, nice try. So I'm wondering if there's a way to get clearer information out, like about, apparently they know what they won't even talk to you about, because they were very clear, that's our policy. Is there a way to kind of get that out ahead of time, so that at the very least I would have been less aggravated if I hadn't spent an hour on the phone only to be told, nice try.
Yeah. Well, you got to understand the risk factor there, and each situation is kind of individualized. I'm aware of your one situation without violating HIPAA, you're at higher risks for certain conditions at certain ages.
Right.
And that's the problem, is they're trying to hedge that bet. Even if you're correct, a 1 to a 3% chance of that being a complication is very slim, but they can't take the chance of that 1 to 3% being a life-threateting condition.
No,
That's
and
why-
I understand
Yeah.
it from their point of view, but I'm just, I had a different impression.
Okay.
Other than somebody would just say, sorry, we won't talk to you about that.
Yeah, I've used it myself. I don't know if Heather's
So-
used it, and I've had good experiences with it. As far, when you're saying with your condition that we're
Well,
talking about.
and I'm just wondering if
okay.
there's some, there may not be.
There isn't, and that's the
Anyway,
thing, 'cause it's kind of a moving target there
All right,
too. And
yeah.
it's each provider, what their comfort
Yeah.
level is too,
Yeah.
because they've got, each got their own malpractice insurance and stuff. And so,
Right.
depending on the provider you talk to.
And
they-
I get where
so-
they're coming from, but, it was not a good PR experience.
Wasn't it? I'm sorry. Well, if you want to talk to me after, we can talk about it a little
No,
more
it's
specifically, so,
fine.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. Any other comments on that, or, okay?
I used it a couple times and had a good experience. The part that I like having all the records in one place and being able to see, what benefits I have and what I'm using and all of that in one place was very helpful. And then for eyeglasses, to see what the benefits were, but then to go directly in, order things and look at them. And it was really helpful.
No, I think it's a really good program. And if you look at the services delivered there, Benefits Wallet, as you pointed out, that was 2,029 of those. That's where the employees are actually accessing their cards and looking at their benefits on their phone. You got to figure at least 5 to 10% of those would have ran through HR. So that's, time, money, and energy that HR is saving by not having to deal with those questions. And then if you look at the concierge and the telemed utilization, you got 292 visits. The concierge is really nice because you can go in and actually have them schedule an appointment for you, which is really nice. And I've done that myself personally because we have HealthJoy on our benefits. Or you can ask them questions about their benefits. You can have them help you do just about anything that relates to the benefits. And then you have the telemedicines we've talked about that they can access as well with no copay, and that's free of charge. Benefit support utilization, 128. I can bet at least half of these would have ran through HR. That's when someone has a specific question about their benefits. What is my deductible? What is my out-of-pocket? Is this provider in network? Is this prescription drug covered? And they're looking those things up and getting back to those people. So that's more time than HR saved. And there's also the provider guidance and prescription review. We had 67 of those. That's where if someone has a question, I've got this condition, what type of a doctor do I need to see? They could do that. Or if they want a prescription review, they could actually send a prescription in and find maybe a lower cost alternative, or maybe just switching pharmacies would actually save them a little bit of money, and they can do that as well. So, any questions on the HealthJoy app? Okay. So in conclusion, essentially, our claims experience, is running really hot right now. 92% is not where we want to be. Ideally, you want to be in the low 80s or below 80 is really where we want to be. So 90 is a little hot right now. We're hoping things will kind of clean up a little bit. You do have a lot of ongoing things going on right now. You're trending a little higher as far as the number of large claimants, but actually your per large claimant is down. We believe that's due to the care and case management that we made last year, mandatory. And then your prescription is also driving the costs, but it's also lower than it was last year. We got 5 points off that on a higher claims year, so we feel like we've done our job there in helping lower that. So, we're obviously going to get another increase next year, especially if it continues like this, but we'll just have to watch it and see how it goes. So,
Are you seeing high claims experience with other clients also, AG?
honestly, most of my clients are seeing a little bit of a decrease. You're kind of the outlier. You guys are going the other direction for some reason. A lot of that is just we've had a lot of large claimants. You guys have had more per capita. You've had more COVID inpatient stays than my other groups, and you've had more blood clots per capita than my other groups as well. So that's a lot of it right there, honestly. And the blood clots generally are anywhere from a $10,000 to a $20,000 expense. You've had some six-figure blood clots, and so that's driving it as well.
Did our large, I don't know how to ask this, not the number of large claimants, but it seems that I remember and maybe it's been a couple of years, but we had some really large claimants that this time the numbers you were talking about, like 100,000 or 200,000, is a lot less than the large claimants in the past. Am I remembering that?
No, that's correct. If you look at where we were with Aetna about 3-4 years ago, we've cut that number almost in half. So we've done a really good job, I think, with the care and the case management, the plan design changes, and then Heather's department's doing an amazing job at educating the employees on the benefits on how to access it. And you've got Ann and her wellness program. I think we've done a lot to kind of curb that and bring that number down. So we've come a long ways.
I remember some in the millions.
Yeah, well, and you still are when you look at the total dollar amount.
Right.
But there aren't near as many. Yeah, but
Yeah.
there aren't near as many. And then if you look at your average cost per large claimant, that's coming down. And that's a big number that you want to watch, so.
The reporting between Aetna and Blue Cross for large claimants also had a different dollar threshold. Large
Yeah.
claimants on Aetna were 25,000, so you might be looking at numbers now and saying, wow, those are a lot higher. They're not. It's just a reporting difference. We were seeing the same number of cases. Aetna just did not report on them.
Okay. Thank you.
Roger?
So proactively, how do we intervene to, I think early detection is the obvious thing for some of this. So how do we intervene to push this lower? You know, to get people paying attention to themselves and getting in sooner? How do we do that?
I mean, honestly, I think you guys have done just about everything you can do as a municipality. We've implemented just about all our tools. If you wanted to get really aggressive with it, what some of my commercial clients do is you make everyone either go in and get tested. If they don't, they automatically don't qualify. And then on top of that, they have to hit certain metrics. If they don't hit those metrics, then you pay a higher premium as well. And if you want to get really aggressive with it, you could do that. But that's tough to do in a municipality. But that's actually, if you want to go the next step, I mean, Heather and I have been really aggressive with managing this thing, and we've brought in, you know, basically everything in the kitchen sink to try to keep these claims and these costs down. I mean, I think our decrease last year speaks volumes to that. I mean, how often do you see a decrease? I mean, that just doesn't happen in our
I'm
industry.
thinking healthcare. I don't think we have
So
100% turnout for healthcare, which would seem like an obvious thing.
we don't, but I would say most of our large claimants, most of those are managed conditions that just have very expensive prescriptions, or those would be a shock loss claim, which is something unexpected that, you know, a leukemia, a cancer, a heart attack. It's not ongoing chronic conditions that aren't being managed anymore. Putting in the case management has addressed a lot of those for us. We'll continue to make sure that we push the health fair. I mean, we fill every mammography slot that we get with the bus. Our blood draws are great. It's hard to make people come to that if they're not interested, but I think our utilization is pretty firm. This year was an oddity, obviously. If you came to our, you know, walk down the aisle and get your blood drawn and walk back out this aisle health fair, we adapted. We took the dog and pony show on the road. We hit a bunch of departments. We're not sure what model we'll stay with for next year. Our biggest is we just want people to participate. The other big difference is the city no longer pays those lab fees. They're routed through insurance on the wellness benefit. So there is, I mean, it's covered at 100% for the employee. So I don't have the access to numbers as easily as I did in previous years when we were paying the bill.
I think we tied some sort of VIBA remuneration to it too, maybe.
It does. $700 comes back in your VIBA out of your $2,000 if you go get your wellness benefit and you submit the form saying that you've done that.
Do we have good participation on that?
We did. Even if we increase that benefit, I don't see an uptick in people attending the wellness benefit. I think we've kind of hit the level of people who are choosing to participate.
What would happen if we decreased it to 500?
It used to be 500. We increased it to 700, so it was an easier per paycheck distribution for processing.
What do you think it would save us if we dropped it back to 500?
I don't think it would save us much. People who are participating in the program are fully invested in turning that form in. They check with us repeatedly. Is it in? Is it processed? We have good participation. Employees know the deadlines. I think dropping the benefit down to 700 doesn't save us anything.
To 500.
Sorry, to 500.
Well, we changed it within a structure too.
Doesn't help it.
It wasn't like we gave them an additional.
Yeah, we didn't increase our VIBA expense.
Okay.
We left it at the flat
Yeah, that's
2,000.
right.
We just changed
That's right.
how we would pay.
Yes.
Right, because I heard you say within the 2,000, and so
Yeah.
that was my question. And secondly, I just want to say thank you to you and your staff. I know that managing healthcare costs is incredibly difficult, and thanks to you too, AJ, but I think, anyway, I just wanted to say that.
I think this is the first year we're not bringing you a vendor change.
Well, in a couple of years, it's the first in a while.
And that, I mean, that's a good news, but that also indicates that you're paying attention to what's going on in the marketplace, and sometimes changing vendors is a mark of that.
We have no problem changing them.
Yeah, so anyway, thank you for your attention.
So if you were to quantify the 7% increase that's noted here, how much is that going to get us for?
$345,000 is what I figured, based on your current enrollment.
I believe Jim already has those numbers built into our expenses for what you've seen.
So then our total is 5.3 million, 5.345.
That's just city-sponsored plan.
Right.
Any other questions? Super, thank you. Thanks
Thank you.
Thanks for making the trip down, AJ and Heather, for all that you're doing.
Thank you.
Then we will move to agenda item 4, which is fiscal year 2022 proposed mayor council salary consideration. Turn the time back to you, Jim.
Well, actually, I thought I'd turn it back over to you. No, I'm just kidding. I wanted to mention to you, I neglected to say this earlier, that I do have hard copies of all of the presentations that you're going to hear from this point forward. So if you need a hard copy, anybody? Okay,
Sure.
certainly.
Why don't you hand them out to... You got them?
Pass that to Dave.
As it ends up, the top page is the next item on the agenda.
Thank
I can show it up on the screen as well.
All right.
We get two.
Nice. That's what I need.
Hopefully, I'll be able to get it on the screen. Looks like my computer fell asleep here. Darn it. Okay, here we go. We're back. Okay. It's somewhere here. There it is. So this data was provided by Human Resources. Essentially, they did a survey of the areas, the cities in the near vicinity as well as some outside of the vicinity. But you can see over on the left-hand side of what's on the screen there is the populations of the different cities. Boise obviously is the leader, Chubbuck down at the bottom. Chubbuck was included because it's one of the areas, one of the cities that's in our comp area. So for the city of Boise, the mayor gets paid $145,000, top paid mayor in the state. And Chubbuck is not the lowest paid, but this is grouped essentially to try to put it in some context. The area in the middle of the screen that's highlighted in yellow shows the ones that are closest in population to the city of Pocatello, and you can see that within that range, Idaho Falls mayor gets paid $85,000, roughly $86,000. Pocatello's mayor, $86,000. Caldwell, about the same population again, $93.2 thousand. Coeur d'Alene, $50,000. Population, mayor gets paid $32.4 thousand there. And Twin Falls, I don't know that much about Coeur d'Alene, but I do know in the case of Twin Falls, they do have a city manager. And many of the functions that are carried on in the cities, the aforementioned cities, are done by the city manager, but the mayor does those same functions in those other cities. And then all the way down the line, Chubbuck's mayor with a population, robust population of 15,000, gets paid $60,800. City council members are over on the right-hand side of that screen. You can see council president highlighted in yellow there, and then over on the far right-hand side, city council members. And as you might imagine, I'm not in a position of either being an advocate or somebody that will speak against any one of these salaries. I think they're all fine people. I happen to work with all of you, so I think you're all fine people. I've worked with some of the others in those other communities, but I don't really have anything else to say. The rest is up to you.
Linda?
I'd like to just go ahead and make a motion that we leave the salaries the same going forward.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, this actually is not an action item.
I was just going to look and see if it was an action item.
Oh,
Thought-
I jumped the gun.
Maybe another way to put that would be, you
I'd like
might
to make a
make a recommendation for budget purposes that we plan within the
Yes.
context of how you mentioned what you were saying.
Yes, so it is a recommendation. Do you second my recommendation?
I would agree with your
Oh,
recommendation.
you agree with it, right, not a second?
Recommendation.
Okay. So it sounds like we're probably going to leave it.
I'm not comfortable with it.
Okay, we got one not comfortable.
I wasn't last time, and I'm not comfortable with it this time. I don't think that we can justify the third highest council salary in the state.
So I got 3 and 3, and I'm going to say let's just go ahead and leave it right now, and we'll have that discussion as we move forward if we need to have it any further. So 3 are in favor of leaving it, 3 have some concerns, and I think I would just go ahead and leave it right now, and we'll move forward with that. These are. I do have one question, I guess. All of these cities have not. These are numbers from, I'm assuming 2 years ago, not this year.
Listed over on the-
Most of them are they're as current as they can be within that context. As I understood it, those numbers were generated back in January of this year. Some of them are older than others. I believe,
But they were put in place 2 years ago. They're
So,
current, but.
So they could be increasing
Right,
this year.
right, that's what.
Yeah, I'm saying they could be
raise.
increasing is what I'm
Yeah.
understanding from what we're looking at this last update.
I
That
didn't
was the
understand
argument
this.
last time, that we don't see it here, that they were increasing, we were
Go with-
going to follow we were following the pack. Other places were really going to jump their salaries, and it doesn't show up here.
Chubbuck did.
Well, Chubbuck's Chubbuck, but compared to the other cities that are relevant in size to us, we were told that they were raising their salaries. That didn't happen.
I don't think
We can review the tapes.
we can, I'd appreciate it actually if you did, because I believe it was, they may be, not they are.
Yeah.
So.
But it was part, I've watched those
And
tapes
so-
numerous times because I was very much against all the raises when they happened, and am currently donating the equivalent of the raise back to the community through organizations. However, that was one of the rationales, was that we're pretty sure everybody else is going to jump and we need to jump too.
But it
And
wa-
many did.
But it was not, it was one of the rationales, yes, but it was not they are all jumping, and that's what I understood.
Well, I'm not
Councilman Bray
quoting,
saying,
but-
they all were jumping, and so we had to follow suit,
It
and that
was
wasn't,
one of the rationales.
that wasn't the case. It was they're going
I just
to
watch it tape.
probably take a look at it.
I'm just going to
Claudia?
say that I don't think that, how can I say this? Let me say, I didn't run and don't serve on this council because of the money. And it doesn't matter to me what other cities are paying. They could be paying 5 times as much. I did this because I felt the need to do it. And the idea that we're comparing salaries to other cities, to me, is ludicrous, because it doesn't matter to me what anybody else is paying. I don't care, if this is your only job as a council member, then, I don't care about that. I just don't think that anybody who serves their community should be looking for, a head of household type remuneration. I don't. That's just my opinion.
Don't disagree with that.
My reason for being against the last round of raises is that I believe it's important for people who are in leadership positions to stand in the trenches. And that, for me, that means stand with the public. And when the public is under stress financially, I believe that the strongest statement that I can make would be to say, I'm going to take the same kind of hits. I'm not going to increase my remuneration when 40+% of the community is really struggling, and the middle class portion of the community is also increasingly under stress. So I want to lead by example, and that's why I was against the last round of raises.
Okay, Linda, and then Rick.
I'm going to make the same argument that I made 2 years ago when we raised this, and I agree completely. It's not about us that are in these positions. It's about the position and about being able to get good people in the community to serve in the position, and not putting financial barriers. And I don't think anybody expects the council, if you serve on the council, that that's your only job. But if you have a young person, for example, who has a full-time job, and this would be in addition, and maybe they have a family, maybe they have student loans they're paying off, any of those things, it makes it very difficult for them to serve on the council, because it's going to take time away from their paid job, but not make up enough of a difference for them. I think that I look at this as we need to have a more democratic approach to who can serve on the council, and not an elitist thing that you need to be retired, you need to be independently wealthy, or own your own business, and that those are the only people that can serve on the council. To me, that sort of undermines the fundamental democratic process of our society. I think anyone who wants to and is willing should be able to serve. And so it's what the position is worth, and it needs to be enough that people can afford to serve on the council. That's where I'm coming from with this, and that's where I was 2 years ago.
Thank you, Rick.
Well, Linda said a lot of what I was going to say. There's increasingly been a trend to try to get younger people on the council. And I think when you're raising a family, you're working a job, you're trying to maintain a household, taking the time that we spend doing this job every week, for some of those people is going to mean babysitting services. It's going to mean giving up time with their family at recreational activities, missing school plays and events, and being able to compensate your family for some of the time that you're spending away from them is important. I've been approached this year, the last couple of months, with some young people who would like to serve. Very frankly, the time it takes to do this job takes them out of contention. And if there isn't some kind of compensation for those people, and what we're being paid, $13,000, I don't know about you guys, I take home roughly $600 a month. And that's not a lot of compensation for the time we spend. I don't expect someone to work for me for free. And I don't think the city residents expect us to work for free. And I think leaving the compensation where it is an adequate compensation for what this job requires.
Okay, Chris?
If we really wanted to be democratic, I believe we would have all our meetings starting at least 5:30, if not 6. If we really, really wanted to prove that we wanted to open it to as many people, or the opportunity to serve on council to as many people as possible. We would have our meetings not during regular work hours. The second thing is, for people in some kinds of positions, the financial barriers that you've talked about do function. However, for many people, in many jobs, it doesn't matter, because it's just not possible for them to leave their job, no matter, their regular full-time job, no matter how much you pay them. Because it's not about the financial remuneration, it's about the fact that their employer needs them, on-site doing the job that they were hired to do during the workday. So I think that for some people, the barriers that you talk about are barriers. I think for many people, it's not a factor. And I agree with the idea of wanting to increase the opportunity for people to serve, but if that's what we want, then I think we need to change our laws. Not pay people more when they...
Okay, all right.
Quite frankly, I think that those of us on the council and those of us in the leadership of the city, meaning us 7, are overpaid. I'm just going on the record as saying
Okay,
that.
thank you very much. We'll go ahead and move on. Let's leave it the way it is right now.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Jim, I didn't understand page 2. It's a detached part of that spreadsheet, and I don't know how it figures in.
The repeal.
I think that was what was proposed and was going through, and then there were some of us that said that's too much.
Well, I'm not sure if it applies to Pocatello. That's my question, is whether that is Boise?
It wasn't repealed, it was proposed earlier in the budget discussion. That was the first amount that was proposed.
Actually, that relates...
And then we made a second.
Yeah, I believe that relates to Meridian.
Oh, okay.
In their particular case. And in the case of Boise, it was repealed altogether.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Boise's is the repealed, and then the next one down is Meridian, which changed as of January 1st, 2021. I think it was an attempt to update those numbers.
And we did talk about that
Yeah,
same number,
and-
so that's where the
Yeah.
confusion's coming in. But
It wasn't meant to confuse us with them, so I should have, yeah, in any way, shape, or form.
It was put there
Yeah,
to keep us
sorry.
awake.
That's right.
Yeah,
It worked.
And Rick woke up.
It worked.
I mean, you were
Well, somebody
awake.
did catch it.
That's what I meant.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Then
That's what I meant. To go.
it's a good discussion. We'll go ahead and move on then to fiscal year 20, or agenda item 5, fiscal year 2022 proposed fee increases.
so this is a list of all of the fee changes, and again, this is only for purposes of highlighting for you what staff has brought forward to me as it relates to the increases or decreases or eliminations related to the fees. Heidi did have some questions related to some specific fees, and if you would like, we can start with those questions. Her question was,
Given us all the answers.
okay, were those satisfactory to you,
Yes,
Heidi?
thank you
Okay.
very much.
And thanks to
I
all
would
the
have
staff
one
that
question.
answered those.
Have the advisory boards for the respective groups, like Parks and Rec and Animal Shelter, have they been a part of the review of these fees?
I can't speak to that question, so I would have to ask each one of the department heads that are related to that. John is here,
Okay.
They have,
Josh is here.
Our meeting got canceled last month. We had one this one. No, they were not with the advisory board.
I don't know who the advisory board to the cemetery is. That's maybe not a live issue.
that's
Okay.
there is.
Sorry, I couldn't avoid that. I
Always
just
a
had to throw that in.
Always a joke when you're talking about
Somebody was to
cemetery.
kill our thoughts.
Yeah,
Chief,
I put a damper on that
what's
one.
the fire watch? What is that?
So a fire watch is if a entity is, or a structure is supposed to have a sprinkler system, and either that sprinkler system is out of commission, or they want to have, in one case, we had a recent event at, that was an unsprinkled facility, and we gave them a concession by allowing them to have a fire watch in order to hold their event there.
Okay, but what is
They
fire
basically are
watch?
there with the sole purpose of watching for a fire and in effect acting as the fire alarm to notify people to get out.
Thank you.
And do we end up paying overtime to the?
Yes, we do.
The human fire alarm?
Yes, that's the compensation.
That's what we're trying to get to it that way. Yeah, Chris?
I have two for Josh. I'm wondering, with the wildlife, I don't care if you're up there, but if that might be the proper protocol.
Can hear him better if he's over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does he need to identify himself?
Well, you need to ask the question, and then he can.
Okay, all right. So we have the wildlife, the prohibition against feeding wildlife.
Correct.
Ordinance. And so as I was looking, for example, at animal at large violations, what I understand, and this, I don't know if this is also partly a question for Jared, but we have animal at large violations, and I'm wondering whether or not we need you've had 2 warnings, this is you're continuing to insist on feeding wildlife. Do we need some kind of a violation fee relative to that? Because it's kind of analogous to if you keep letting your dogs run.
So Josh Hines, Animal Services Director, there is a fee, there is a citation, and it's a $100 fee for that. If we issue the citation for the feeding of the wildlife, it's $100 for that
So does
citation.
that need to be in here?
Yeah, it's in the ordinance.
It's just not changing, so it's not in the change.
Yeah, I'm not changing
This is
it.
just for fees that are changing. We have a lot of other fees that
That
are.
isn't a fee.
Okay.
It's a fine.
That's a
Right,
fine, it's under the
yeah.
licensing, under the, I'm sorry, not licensing, but under the fines, like citations and
Okay,
it's
but that's
under
different than
the
fees.
city ordinances.
fee too.
Just like the rest of our
All right, okay,
citations.
all right.
You're right.
So anyway, it just seemed to me that it's kind of out of sync, but because it is changing, because we put the ordinance in since I've been here, and so that is new for now and new going forward. But anyway, I don't care about that, I just wanted to know where that it was covered. And then the second thing that I wonder about, and this is, I don't really think this is probably a larger discussion, and it has to do with release of animals to the shelter.
Okay.
And I think that there's a place where with TNR in place now, and we have community members, except it's suspended, everybody, but we have community members who are bringing animals in, essentially to release them to the shelter. And I'm not sure how we're distinguishing if the 3 kittens, if I bring in 3 kittens and I say, oh, I trapped them, they hang out at my neighbor's house, then I don't pay a fee because I'm TNRing them. But if I bring in 3 kittens that are mine, then I pay the fee. And I'm just thinking there might be some discussion necessary kind of in that whole arena, because we're creating a weird situation where if I say, hey Claudia, would you come over and take these cats in? Then she's not charged. I mean, I don't know, it just seems like there's kind of a messy interface.
So, yes, that we get that a lot. Like someone will bring in an animal and we know it's theirs, right? But we have no proof that it's theirs, other than there's no identification on the animal. If they say that it's a stray animal, we'll take it as a stray animal.
So, I mean, I'm just wondering whether or not in this case, our fees might actually be working against us, or, anyway, not to be solved right now, but I just think maybe some further discussion somewhere about how that all, what our policy is officially, et cetera, might be useful. And that's, but not, as I said, not necessarily
Like a review of the policy of the fees?
to be, yes, not necessarily to be solved here now.
Sure.
Any other questions, Rick?
Under outdoor recreation equipment rental fees, I see several that are going to zero. Does that mean we'll no longer offer those services?
John?
Oh, I'm sorry, Rick.
I was confused too because
He was outdoors
that has
somewhere,
nothing to
yeah.
do with it.
So Josh, you're done, you're excused. You can come back.
So am I good?
John?
I don't have an answer for that, but John
Your
does.
job is to make sure John's awake.
I thought we were talking.
He was thinking about the cemetery.
Apparently, you're not doing your job.
The outdoor recreation equipment rental fees, I see some that are going to zero. Does that mean we'll no longer offer those?
Yeah, we're phasing them out, either because they're, getting the equipment is obsolete, or nobody's signing up for the offering, those types of things.
So then what's going to happen with those 10-foot, 5-inch self-bailing wraps?
They're, a lot of them are, 15, 20 years old, and we've only got one of them, and they were on the way out anyway, and we're just no longer able to get that.
So it's not like we have a boatload of them?
No.
Oh, no pun intended.
Too big for the pokey paddle?
I think you could fit it in there, but you're not gonna turn anywhere. You're gonna be pretty much straight, and nobody's gonna
Walk
get...
across the river on.
That's right.
We can have a group party.
Yes.
To planning and development services, there was an exception to land use procedure, and that fee's also dropping to zero. So I'm curious about that.
Fine, we have our... So I'm confident that he's watching at his desk, so I'm gonna please somebody drop him a text real quick and tell him to come down if he's not watching, but if he is, he'll be on his way down to answer that question.
There was a discussion on the information we received about the utility billing fee going to a proposed zero for on-site collection to avoid shut-off.
That was one of the questions that
Yeah, did you see the answer?
Heidi had.
Yeah.
And there's some reasons for that. Cindy did a pretty good job of explaining that. Essentially, it relates to, there's some issues related to people going out and collecting money directly. And I would concur with the issue related to when you collect money out in the field, there's always a security issue of the money getting lost, either deliberately or not. Sometimes accidentally getting lost. There's a difference in the fee for somebody that would pay the fee at their door versus if they're doing it from their office or online.
Here comes Cindy.
And Cindy's on her way in as well. But she mapped out some pretty good reasons, I think, as to why we're doing it on that basis.
Cindy, if you're gonna come in, you get the hot seat.
So Cindy, I was just going through if you want.
Okay, I was probably running this,
I'll give you your response,
okay.
and that's the question. What are we doing with
Okay,
that?
Cindy Robbins, Utility Billing Director. I apologize, so you asked about the
dropping of the fee.
right, the whole thing, why we're going to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, the fee doesn't really allow for fairness to all of our customers, mainly because those that happen to be at the resident when we go to shut off, they pay $15. And if for any reason someone's at work, they're dropping their kids off at school, we show up, it's a $40 fee. So it's very hard for us to justify some people with $15, some with $40. Plus the fact, it does place our employees in a bad situation. They're packing cash, and it's easy for people to say, I gave you $100 and we received $60. There's no way for us to verify what is given to our customers in the field. We only have one person at that residence. If we had two people, that could verify as a dual verification, that would be much better. Plus the fact we are traveling then, if we're in accidents or anything, that we could have the money lost, stolen, all that good stuff. And I apologize, I ran. Wasn't that far, but I feel like it was.
Receipt given?
That's called being out of shape there, I guess, but back to health, Joy.
There's no receipt given, Cindy?
I'm sorry.
There's no receipt given by
Well, it's hard.
the employee when, if they go to turn something off and somebody says, I've got the money right here, they don't have a way to receipt that customer if they get cash?
We can. All of that stuff slows down, and it is a time frame for us. Plus the fact we did run into where people do expect us to bring them back change. They don't always have the correct change for the bill, and so we do have our customers that would like us to. They only want to apply $53.15 or something like that, and they expect us to bring back the change to them. So it became more of a service that was what it was intended to originally, is branched out to where it's not easy for us to justify everything that goes on with it.
But we're still going to go to doors, or not?
We're
cutting
still-
out the doors entirely, and that's why the fee is being...
Yes.
So we're going to stop doing on-site collection to avoid shut-offs?
Well, it was a fee that we would, when we arrived, it was a fee that if they paid us right then, we would collect $15, sorry, instead of collecting $40.
Right.
We also run in with the people that pay online earlier, but we're still at their house because they're not there to let us know. So he says it's very hard to justify this person only has to pay 15, this person has to pay 40.
Right.
It becomes very hard for us to draw that line.
But that doesn't eliminate the change, I mean, unless I'm completely misunderstanding, that doesn't eliminate, giving change, it doesn't help the receiving process, because we're still showing up in person. It's just that we're now charging the person at the door the same, unless I'm misunderstanding.
It's just how the fee is charged. We still have the out for shut-off fee.
So Cindy, when we go to shut somebody off, we do not go and knock on their door and say, we're going to shut your water off. We just go and shut their water off.
Exactly.
The $15 fee is somebody looks out the window, we're laying on the ground turning their water off, they come running out and say, look, I'll pay right now, and I'll pay, and they take $15 and give it to them, and then they pay online, or they come in.
Well, no, they actually would give us the cash, they would give us the money to pay the bill. In full,
Plus
the balance of the
Plus
bill.
the 15.
We bill on the
Plus
15 on the next billing.
Okay, but we are not knocking on doors. I think Chris's question
Well,
was,
I
are we
just
knocking
wanna-
on doors to tell you that?
No, my question is, if one of the issues is not having employees have to write receipts and carry cash, are we eliminating that entirely, or are we just balancing the fees but continuing to do those activities that are part of the rationale for changing the fee? Because if we are, then,
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to me we ought to not have employees in a position where they're handling cash in the field, period, regardless of the fees, and if receipting a person, if they are going to handle cash, is not desirable in addition because it takes more time, then we ought to just eliminate any cash exchanges by employees at private residences relative to water.
Right.
Are we doing that?
Yes, we are, because mainly the thing is the job of our service workers is to go out. It's not to them to deal with the
Right.
billing procedures and everything in the
Right.
office, because it creates a lot of, why am I being charged for this? My bill's too high, my water was too high. Our service workers are to go out, do the
Right.
job they're assigned, advise them to please call our office if they have any questions. If they make the payment, yes, we will be right back. We do try to obviously get right back to turn those on when they do pay. But the whole delaying our people in the field with wanting to question the bill at that point, or waiting while they're on the phone with trying to get through to us to pay and everything. And the main thing is yes, we do not want our guys responsible for any kind of cash.
So we're just eliminating
We
those
won't take the
responsibilities.
payment in the field.
So I
Got
got,
it.
Roger,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Okay, I guess I see some economy of scale to being there to turn it off and not having to. Somebody, you don't have to come back or anything else, so that eliminates a second visit.
Yes,
And
and
so-
that's originally what it was really nice for, but like I says, things evolve differently with people, and so now it's, well, you don't knock, you can collect. You know, if you are collecting, they expect us to knock on the door to get those payments. They expect us to bring back change. There's a lot of things that's changed from what it originally was a good thought process, I guess, of saving us a second trip.
And I deal with people who are often, let's say, economically compromised. And I would think that still, as a last resort, if we had a credit card thing, or we tell them you got 15 minutes to call in with a credit card, most places will take a credit card. They don't take cash, they don't do anything else, but they will take a credit card. And if we could take a few minutes, allow them to call, get a credit card processed, and get reassurance, I don't see a problem with a $15 fee, because you don't have to go back.
And I think the desire is to keep the ones that are out in the field, as Chris was mentioning, from having to handle cash,
I'm saying you
deal
don't
with,
have to handle the...
and deal with the financial elements of that. So if somebody is compromised financially, and somebody shows up at their door to turn off their water, they have the option of making arrangements fairly quickly, but then what do you do with the person that's there to turn off the water? Do they stay there until the arrangements are made, or do they go to a different location and then come back, maybe not too far away from where that was? I can tell you from my experience with past utility operations, having people out in the field that are involved with the finances is an avenue for potential problems. It just is not good. And I concur wholeheartedly with what Cindy is saying. I believe it's just something that we really need to consider. I'm not going to open up a big can of worms here, but one of the elements of the $10.7 million is to help with some of the issues that some of our financially compromised people have as it relates to utility payments. We could help in that regard.
Okay. Claudia?
So Cindy, I see the first line is a citywide 3% convenience fee is coming back for people who use credit cards to pay online.
Right.
What is the actual fee? What's the percentage actually charged by the processing company? Because I don't think it needs to either be exactly 3% or we can't charge 3%, because it's my understanding that you can't charge more than what you're paying in fees.
So we're in kind of a little bit of a state of flux right now. And I don't see Chris Sorensen here. We're going to a different payment outlet, Paymentus versus Heartland. There's a different fee structure associated with that. I don't think we've quite gotten to the point where we're implementing it yet.
Excuse me, so utilities cannot charge a percent. Utilities are a flat rate. We're different from everybody else. And so ours is $2.50, I believe, would be per transaction for someone to use a credit card fee. It will be a percent when it goes to the other departments. And so
I guess my question is, what is that $2.50 being used for? Because they're paying with a credit card, which means it's going to the processor.
Sure, and that's it. See, when someone uses a credit card,
Well, I guess ultimately that's my question. What's the cost to the processor? Sorry.
That's what they are
responding.
supposed to be charging only. So none of that fee is the city's money at all. So that's what we would pay or they would pay. And that's only two options on a fee. So the person who's accepting the card, if they choose to charge that fee or pay that fee, then they're going to pay. And we've done that. The city has, I think it was just last year, the council had decided, because that is something that over 5 years had gone up 144% for people using cards. You don't want to discourage it, because we do, the electronics certainly helps our manual processing. So we do enjoy that, but it's a very expensive thing when you think of how many payments are coming in. And so we were asking for an increase to our budget, and it's something that I was usually behind trying to catch up. And so the city, like I said, the council at that meeting had decided that they wanted to pass that off to the people. When we pay the fee, everything's built into our utility rates. So people who are not using credit cards and coming down in person and paying to avoid fees really aren't. Because if we're paying that fee, it's going to be built into our rates. And so by them having to pay the fee through the company, then it is truly the fee for using the card instead of the whole city having to pay for that fee for everybody to use a card. So it is a better way to go for those going to use a card.
So the person
If we're looking at protecting our rates for our customers.
The person paying their utility fee, the utility bill with a credit card, the company that is doing that is charging $2.50 per transaction. That's what they're making. The
Yes.
city's not making any, it's not
City
bringing
makes
any in.
nothing. Right.
100% that company that we're running that through.
I think Chris maybe could explain a little bit how the new process.
But if more people, if we did away with that and told people pay online, pay electronically, then how much would that save us in staff time?
Well, like I said,
Because we wouldn't have a line of people that I see on a regular basis standing at the window.
They can pay.
a lot of those people like to.
I know they can, but if we said, the option is online payment, then.
A lot of people don't like credit cards. We have a lot of our people who enjoy coming down for, we're great people. The staffing is great. So a lot of people do like to come and have a little conversation with us first of the month and things, and we do appreciate that.
But I think what you're saying, Claudia, is where we are, that's what we do offer currently.
Yeah.
You can pay online with a credit card, and that's when you pay that fee to the company, not to us. But a lot of people do want to avoid those fees and come and pay in person.
They pay by check, they pay a lot of ways. That is our manual. We're very heavy manual and electronic. What's that?
Pennies.
Yes, and pennies. And so they have the option how they want to pay. It's just how they choose whether it's going to cost them if somebody uses a credit card, they get 30 days interest-free usually on a credit card before they have to pay. Some people use that as an advantage to distribute whatever their choice is, but that is their choice. And it is a convenience fee. That's what it's usually classified as, is a convenience fee. So.
Okay, Chris?
Well, I think sometimes too, people who are in difficult financial straits are also may need to pay in person because they don't qualify for a credit card. And so, I'm just throwing that out there.
But the way is to keep our rates low, and the way to do that is to pass some costs off that we're able to do that, so that's why.
Claudia, did you get your question answered?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I got one. So when somebody uses a credit card, the credit card company does not bill us for the 2 or 3 or 5%. It's just right there.
Chris?
And you have to realize there's two different types of fees going to be charged as we go into this new
Chris,
system.
do you want to tell everybody that's watching on who you are?
I'm sorry, Chris Sorensen, Chief Information Officer for the city. We've been working for a couple of years to bring in our new vendor, and we'll be releasing it pretty soon for the utility billing. When someone uses a credit card or a debit card to pay a utility bill, you have to charge a fixed rate per transaction based on the merchant card industry policies and procedures. Ours is going to be set at $2.50. When we extend this out to the rest of the departments, they will then charge, Claimants, the company we're working with, will charge 2.49% on those. So you actually do have two. The reason why in the fee request is at 3% is just to make sure that we have a line that we don't go above and beyond. All of our collections will be under the 3% threshold. And again, we don't make anything on that. All that money will go directly to the vendor as per the contract that we signed.
Okay. Answer all the questions. Thank you very much. I know, Brent, we have a question for you, so if you'd step up. Thanks, Cindy. Thanks, Chris.
I noted you had an exception to land use procedure, that fee's going to 0. So you're
exception to land use
procedure, whatever that is.
So You have a copy of the
I do.
schedule. I didn't grab one.
I have a couple.
That's perfect, thank you.
Here, you can have that one.
No, those aren't going away. I will need to look at that. I didn't think that was going to zero. We do have land use procedure exceptions. They're still, I'll have to look and see what that line item is exactly. I don't have a good answer for you on that one, why it would be to zero. Our exceptions, we have other exceptions, and I'm just trying to remember in the fee schedule here, which,
These are the only fees that are going to be changing is what's on this list.
okay, these are the ones changing, because most of our exceptions are just administrative exceptions, and they're fairly inexpensive. They're like $15. I think this is one that we never use, to be honest with you. And so, if this is just a list of the ones changing, which it looks like it.
It is.
So,
Yeah.
this is just a fee that, this procedure is something that has never been used. And I talked with Matt, who is our most senior employee, and he said in his duration here, he's never used this fee. And so it's just something that never happens. Our other exceptions are administrative exceptions for the most part. We have some exceptions for signs, exceptions for other procedural things, but most of the exceptions we have are administrative. They're fairly inexpensive. They're like $30 or something like that. This is just an item that isn't getting used.
So Brent, if you'll double check with that.
Yeah,
and
I'll
make sure
double
you
check on that and make
email,
sure.
Send the answer to Jim, and Jim will distribute it.
What would an example be of this?
That's just it, is I don't know.
Okay.
So come up
it's
with an
just
example
obscure.
also, so that we
Yeah.
know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I got Linda, then Chris.
And I just wanted to clarify what I think I mean, other than you're gonna check and make sure.
Yeah, I can check on that
But
one.
what I thought I was hearing is that you think it's not going to be eliminated, it's just not changing? If it's gonna ever happen?
It's just one of those things, I think, is being eliminated, that there isn't an exception to the land use procedure. We have established procedures that we have to follow that are set by the state, and there aren't really exceptions to that. And I think that's just kind of a holdover from previous codes, but I will double check on that.
So it is likely being eliminated then?
Or it's just already gone.
Already gone,
Yeah,
okay.
and, well, it's not part of our code currently. And so I will double check on that, though.
Double check and get that to us.
Yep.
Chris?
Yeah, two things. One, a really fast one that isn't directly related to this, it just made me think of it. So do we have sports participation scholarships for needy youth?
We do.
And is that based on like free and reduced lunch eligibility or something like that?
It's based on income levels. We have a form that we have them fill out over at the rec center to see if they qualify, and if they do, it's reduced.
But obviously, I would not be an advocate of being invasive, but basically we take their word for it.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we get those, if there's any questions, we'll dig a little deeper, but typically we do take their word.
Is there a reason why we wouldn't just use free reduced lunch qualification? Because that's already done there, they have
Sure,
proof.
we've already done the research. Yeah, that's a good point.
And it might cut, anyway.
We don't get many of
Okay.
those. I'll mention that to the staff, and if they feel like that might save them some logistics or things, that would be a...
Do you think the public is really aware? Because again, whenever we're spending public dollars to support a program, I like to be pretty darn sure that it's being utilized, that people have equitable opportunity. And I don't know. I don't know if we work in normal years, if we work with the schools before they're out, so all kids know that they have these options. And for for, example, free and reduced kids also have a scholarship opportunity, just to make sure we're not essentially subsidizing the already financially secure. So yeah, if you could just think about that. Sure. Thanks, appreciate it. And then I was wondering, when I saw home occupation license, number one, what is that? And number two, if we have a home occupation license, then why don't we have a business occupation license?
Amen.
Pardon me?
Amen.
Because that would get back to...
So what is a
yeah.
home occupation license, Brian?
So a home occupation is a business that's run out of individuals' residence. And there's only certain types of businesses that are allowed to be occupied in someone's home. Typically, they're not increasing the typical characteristic of a residential neighborhood. Maybe a single individual is coming to get a haircut or something like that.
Tax accounting or something.
Yeah, tax accountant. Lots of times they're office type occupations where you wouldn't even know they're there. And so that home occupation license is just a process for us as staff to review the proposed occupation that's being used in that home to make sure it meets the requirements, that it's not going to impose an impact on the neighborhood.
Well, then,
So I would
So I'm
like to
confused.
make a recommendation that since it is a business, and we don't, I'm not entirely comfortable with charging some businesses based purely on location, charging them a license fee and not charging other license fees. A business license, I mean, I personally would like a different word besides license, but what the heck. But I would propose that this be changed to a business occupation license, which solves several issues.
So you're talking about in any commercial zone too?
Any business.
yeah. 'Cause
Okay,
we're
who's going to manage that? And what personnel? Because right now, the number of home occupations is a couple hundred.
Right.
You,
Well, I think
you
that's-
open up to business licensing for all businesses, that is a huge.
Well, but it seems
But it's
very,
worthy of consideration, so
It
my
just seems-
recommendation is that we discuss that.
it just seems inequitable that because people are running a business out of their home, that they have to pay a registry fee, but anybody can open a brick and mortar flushing chemicals down the drain, and the city doesn't have any interest in that. To me, that's not equitable, and I'm not saying that this is your doing.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
just saying I'm not comfortable. So if we're not gonna have a business registry, then I say we do away with this home occupation license fee. That's my proposal.
Rick, you had a,
Well, mine's a different issue.
okay.
I think we've kicked this around a lot about a business permit, a business license. I think that for the sake of helping all of our staff get on the same page, we've got to consider it. We have too many arbitrary decisions that have to be made, and I think we could get it condensed and uniformed for all the businesses, and even mobile businesses.
I agree with you, Roger, and I think that's particularly important for protection of our fire department.
Yeah.
You walk into a business that have no idea what may be in there, what gases, what chemicals, what products may be on presence. I think it's a safety issue.
Yeah, I just think it's time to say, we got to figure it out.
Well, but I mean, I've requested that this be put on the agenda a number of times.
It actually has been on the agenda another
No,
time.
not
We've
since
talked
last
about this.
February, not
We have-
since a year
We have
ago.
talked about this
Not since a year ago, Brian.
and time again.
Not
We
since a
have
year
talked about
ago. It
this,
has
so.
not been on the agenda, even though I've requested it twice.
This has been on the agenda almost on an annual basis, and we have talked about
Okay.
business licenses.
Brian, just because you
business
say it
licenses,
doesn't mean it's
And
right.
business license.
So it's going to come back. I hear 4 people here.
I'm good with having the discussion again.
Well,
It's
Well, then
just
put it
been-
on an agenda, because
Oh,
I've
my
asked a number of
Sometimes
times.
things take a lot longer to birth.
Yeah. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, just for the record, very shortly after I was sworn in, we had a kind of an ad hoc discussion. Melanie came in, it was in the Paradise Room. You know, it was very disjointed. It was disjointed, and it was short. And after that, I met with fire, I met with police, I met with water treatment, and I think I met with planning prior to Brent being on board, just to see, because I didn't have the history. And in some cases, Carl was kind enough to resurrect a lot of historical documents, and fire had a material interest. Andy Holmes has been trying to maintain a database for the very reasons that Rick alludes to. Levi has had a very material interest in knowing what businesses needed to be doing pre-treatment. And I think it's worthy, I do believe it's worthy of discussion. And I think some of the businesses are already identifiable because there are federal regulations around certain kinds of chemicals and so forth. So those businesses are already identified. There's also I've forgotten the exact name of it, but it's, if you go on the Secretary of State's website, if you need to apply for a business something or other, whatever they call it. So apparently some businesses want and need that. So some of those businesses are, so I don't know that we have to start from zero.
Well, we put together a city staff committee to recommend business licenses to the city. They spent a year working on it because the city council was interested in it. They spent a lot of time, they put a lot of time. We worked with the chamber and all of that stuff, and it came to the city council, and the city council said, no, we're not interested in that right now.
Two of us were not on that council.
No, you were. That was the last meeting we had. And so at that point, I've said, look, we're done with the discussion. I mean, I would have been a big advocate for city business licenses for 12
But if
years.
you've got a council member asking you to put it on the agenda, that means we're not done with the discussion.
It's been put on. We'll do it again.
Great.
That's a different discussion at this time. We'll do it again, and we'll go through the same process again.
This is one of those, I know I look like 100, but I'm not actually 100 years old. I've been around the block a few times. I've seen business licensing occur, and I'm not volunteering to administer business licensing because I know what it's like. I've done it before. I've had people on my staff that actually had to carry a gun and go out and deal with collections on it. It's a really, really sticky issue. There's no simple answer to it. Brent started to talk about the administrative costs associated with this. That's what we're here to talk about. If you really believe that that's something that you believe we're not providing the level of service that we should be, then you need to give us some budget dollars to deal with that, along with the policy question. I've seen business registrations done before, essentially only for the purpose of keeping track of the type of materials that people were keeping at either their home or a business location. I've seen it used as a tax. That doesn't work really well. I've seen it used in a myriad of different ways. You take into account the costs associated with it. It never pays for itself. It really doesn't. You just can't do that. So if I could, I understand the policy question that you're trying to grapple with. I don't know that this is the right time to do that. And I just offer that as a suggestion to you. But Mayor, it appears as though from a budget perspective, I'm not hearing direction to incorporate a business license into the budget at this point in time, but it sounds like there may be a discussion in the future to do that.
That's what it sounds like. So we've got Rick, and then we've got Linda, and then we've got Chris.
Are we done with this discussion?
I wasn't.
Okay, it sounds like we've got Linda before Rick.
I just wanted to make a comment because, I mean, you've presented some different alternatives, and I realize this is it's a tough thing to figure out, so I don't think that this is an answer, and this isn't the time anyway, but I don't think we can figure out exactly how to move forward with this right now. But my main concern is the thing you mentioned, I think you called it a business registration, but having information about businesses and what kind of materials they have and everything, not so much having a license in order to make money off of, licenses, but having information because of what Rick mentioned, the safety, particularly for our fire department and our first responders, that they know what they're getting into. So that would be my interest in this, is that we would figure out some way to get that information.
Okay, Chris, you...
Mine is related.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not interested in creating a pseudo tax. But my recommendation would be that because I think this is going to be a complicated discussion. That's my gut instinct. And I see Rick nodding, and if he and I agree on something, I'm pretty sure my gut instinct is probably heading down the right trail. So my recommendation is that we have the necessary discussions over the next however many months, but that we not try to rush this and include it in the current year's budget plan.
So,
do you agree with my recommendation? Okay,
Chubbuck has a business license. If
right.
they're doing it out there, I think we can make it simple enough it doesn't become a huge administrative.
Well, and I wrote myself a note, how does Chubbuck handle this?
It's basically a pseudo tax.
But it's not for the people, it's for the information.
But at any rate, my recommendation is that we move on and not discuss it.
There's another element to it that makes it even more complicated. Having been an official associated with business licensing, is when you issue a license to somebody, they think that that's all they have to do in order to operate that business. They don't have to go through the other process, which relates to, is it an acceptable use of that land? So we want to stay, I think we want to stay away from the license.
So let's not include a business license, or the business dollar amount here, and we'll have that discussion again. And then we'll move forward with that for inclusion in next year's
Well, but relevant
budget if you want to.
to this, I still think it's inequitable that we're charging people who are working from home a fee when we're not charging any other business a fee. So for the purposes of this discussion and this document, I think we should cross that out, so that it's fair until we have the discussion where we decide how we're going to register businesses and et cetera, et cetera. Yes, sir.
So are you proposing that we don't do anything with anyone who's occupying their house and doing any type of business activity?
Sure, we don't do anything with any business. So yeah, why would we do it any different?
I think there's a distinction of residential.
Yeah, there's
zoning issue.
There's a zoning issue that comes into that. And so
I would rather rephrase this and say we're going to build on what we're doing and make it equitable across the board.
Okay, I like that.
So leave it? Okay, Rick, you had a...
Different issue. Thank you, Brian. In reading all these fees, I was curious, and this probably, I don't want to change anything, but looking under water department fees, I see a system capacity fee connection, and I see volume charges, which make perfect sense. But why is the metering different depending on the different size of the line?
Right.
What difference does that make?
As far as capacity goes?
Well,
and I'm just a little bit of I know a little bit about that, but the ones who know a lot more about it should probably answer that question. But
Jeff is here.
Yeah, go. I'm just curious why a 3/4 inch line gets charged $18 and an inch line gets charged $25. I mean, what's the difference?
I wondered about that too.
It's a geometric.
Thank you, Jeff Mansfield, Public Works Director. So the larger the demand, the larger the line size, the larger
the bigger the infrastructure is required to provide that capacity to that particular individual. So if you're looking at a 3/4 inch line or 1 inch line, which the majority of our homes are, the necessary wells and pumps and things like that to provide water to those homes, it's much less than if somebody has a 12-inch main coming into their facility.
But isn't that handled through the volume charge? How much water they're actually using?
Right.
Is that not what you're asking about?
No, I'm asking about the monthly metered water service charge. Why that's different for the different lines, when down below, it would seem to me that the difference would be made up in the amount of water they're actually using.
Right.
Right.
It seems like
We
we're
agree
charging the
again?
same thing twice.
I mean, that's what
So-
I thought, but I don't,
Well, so one of the elements here is that all of these fees are for water and sewer are based upon a study that was done that takes into account the different elements associated with capacity. You know, you have a pipe this size, and the difference between a pipe this size and this pipe this size is not on a percentage basis. There's a geometric progression that occurs. I think it has to do with capacity, but we'd probably have to get the fee study out to.
Isn't that taken up in
but
the
if I
volume
get,
charge?
yeah, if I get 5 gallons of water
I
through a
understand.
pipe this big in 1 minute, or through a pipe this big in 3 minutes, but I still get 5 gallons, I'm not, and then we're charging for water, I just can't, I can't wrap my head around.
And I haven't gone through the fee study in detail to get that delineation. Maybe Jeff has.
Yeah, and I'd have to, let me look into that, and I'll get that answer back to Jim.
Well, Merrill has something to, you know.
Just whisper in his ear. Jump in here.
Please don't whisper in my ear.
So while they're having that discussion, I know Councilman Bray has a question for Levi.
Well, I'm going to ask it to Jeff, because Levi's there.
Well, it might. but
Okay, well,
that would
Levi's
cover-
there, your WPC
This
superintendent.
Well,
would cover this.
I'll ask you this question, Levi. When I look at the rates that are proposed under water pollution control, I was under the impression we were renegotiating our contract with Chubb. These rates, to me, stipulate that we're not going to have any changes till at least September 30th, 2022.
That needs to be renegotiated. Right now, the memorandum of agreement we have with Chubbuck states that we are going to charge them the rates that we're charging now. We still need to update that agreement, and I think that needs to be a discussion that we have with the council and obviously with Jeff to make sure that we are doing what you guys want to do in that agreement with Chubbuck. If we don't do anything with Chubbuck, then it will go through 3032 before we renegotiate. We are
I'm just saying that
up
if
the threshold to
if we
negotiate.
set these fees, that means we're holding pat, because there's fees that are set for Chubbuck in this water pollution control.
For this year's, these are the suggested fees for that. If you wish to change those
Well,
fees for
I thought
Chubbuck, we can definitely do
We've just
that.
been in a negotiation perpetual. And I'd
Yes.
like to get to a place where we have a determination that influences what our fees are.
So one of the big items there is that we currently have a contract with Chubbuck that sets what we can charge them for their wastewater. And that's what these fees are determining. And they pay the same thing as what the city of Pocatello pays, based on our current contract.
And when does that contract expire?
It's expired.
No, it's not expired. I believe we've got.
It was, I think he was right, I believe it was 3032, but there are some conditions when they hit a certain threshold of the amount of flow that they are providing and/or the amount of strength of the wastewater, the pounds that are coming into the plant, then we go through and renegotiate what is going on with that. We're not quite at that threshold, but they're pushing it up quickly on that because of the growth that is going on in
We've been told off and
Chubbuck.
on that they are exceeding it.
It bounces up and then it bounces
It looks to
down.
me like anytime they exceed it, they've made their contract move into a realm of renegotiation.
They pay a penalty.
Pardon me?
They pay a penalty.
Yeah, they pay
Well-
the penalty.
Or we can
You're
say
right.
we're tired of the penalty.
Roger, you're right, because we have hit that limit, and they've gone over it, and then they've corrected it, and they've come back, and they've paid that penalty that has been given to them for it, but the actual capacity, they have not reached the actual capacity to renegotiate that. They're close. I think it says within.
At 90% is when we start talking about the negotiation. And the capacity they hit was the strength of the wastewater. They haven't hit the flow capacity yet. And it was 2 or 3 months that they did that this last year. A penalty was assessed, but they've gone through and evidently whatever they had figured out, I mean, with the pretreatment process that they're doing within the city of Chubbuck now, they've actually cleaned up some of their wastewater, so it's dropped back down below that capacity.
And where are they at flow capacity? Where are they?
Right now, their limit is I shouldn't say limit, the agreed upon amount that they're giving is 1.4 million gallons a day, and they're right around 1 million gallons a day.
So they've got a little bit there.
I was just noting, I know that Councilmember Lurick has to leave a little bit early today, and so I was just hoping we could, if we still have further questions about the fee increases, maybe email those to the staff and have them respond to us or something, so that we can get to the next.
Email any questions to our CFO, and he will email them out and get
So
that done.
I understand there's a question related to the fees on metered water service charge, and we'll have to get the fee study out to determine that, but essentially it's a fee study that the city council at some point in time had agreed upon. There's a cost allocation process that goes through determining how much each size meter is supposed to be paid for the service charge, which is a standard fixed dollar amount per month. I'll get an answer on that from Jeff. We've had a couple other questions related to business licensing, and I don't think we need to get back on that. But yes, whatever other questions that didn't come out, please refer those to me.
Are there any questions that we need to hit real quick now on any more fee increases or decreases or? Okay, so if you think of any, then please send the question to Jim, and Jim will get that to the department heads and get that back to the council. Okay.
I have a schedule, and since we're trying to accommodate various people's schedules, I'm unclear about what the schedule for is it the first week in June, where it basically says, 5 days a week. And so I know that various other council members, it doesn't really impact me, but other council members have obligations relative to their jobs. And, I applaud trying to accommodate individual schedules, but I'm wondering if we could have a brief discussion at some point so that we don't preclude certain people attending.
So we're not ending this meeting at noon. What we're doing is Linda's just leaving because she's got to get on a plane.
Nobody's being accommodated.
Yeah, we're not accommodating. She's got to leave, and so we're going to continue our meeting.
Which is fine with me. I don't have a problem ending the discussion. I don't have a quarrel with that. I'm just saying I think that's a good thing to do. And could we just have a discussion so that we're not, scheduling a meeting on top of somebody's job obligation that they can't get out of? That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Then we're going to go ahead. Thank you. Then we're going to go ahead and, do you want to say something there?
I was just going to say, if you want to stick to this order, that's fine. I think in the context of what we have for this next item, non-departmental, which includes community organization grants, and I was just going to jump right down to that. What you see up on the screen are the community organizations that we currently have.
So I'm going to interrupt you really quick because we usually try to take a break a couple hours in. I know we want to get this going here, and then
5-minute break.
So we're going to hold it to 5 minutes. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Sorry, Linda, we're going to lose 5 minutes of your time, but it's okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll jump into the agenda item number 6. So at 11:35, we will start again. After the break, this is proof that we can get back most of us back in 5 minutes, and so thank you very much. We'll go ahead and continue on with agenda item 6 is fiscal year 2022 non-departmental budgets. Jim, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. So typically, I would start out the slideshow with giving you this information, which is the overall information for the non-departmental department in the general fund. But if you would indulge me, I'd like to skip down to this part of the presentation.
You're off the screen. Somebody unplugged him.
Oh, good. I'm so glad. That helps so much. So we don't necessarily need that to go over. What I'd like to do is to give you an opportunity to talk about the community organizations that have applied for funding. And there's a list on the PowerPoint presentation that includes those. Maybe. That's what it's. Because I'm not getting in control either. If you don't know, don't worry about it. Yeah, I will for the next one, so let's try it. Is that showing?
It is now, yep.
Okay. Not exactly the way I would want it, but that's okay. So what I'd like to do is just to skip to the page that shows the community organizations.
Which is close to the end of the presentation.
Hopefully it's in there. Gosh.
It's I think, the last page of the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Got jumbled. So we have the organizations that are listed here. Friends Shelter Home, $8,000. Family Services Alliance, $17,500. Senior Citizen Center, $35,000. Sister Cities, Japanese, $2,500. Meals on Wheels, SEICAA, $23,000. Tourism Bureau, Chamber of Commerce, $15,000. And the Free Clinic, $10,000. And I sent to you earlier this morning, and I did not intend for it to get to you so late, but I've got copies of all the applications from the people. It's about 100 pages long.
Is this the right?
Yeah, you got.
Is it all of this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the whole thing. And this is your opportunity to ask questions of any of the organizations. They're here and available. If you want to just start from the top. Friends Shelter Home, $8,000 for them.
Any questions for Aid for Friends that you can think of?
And by the way, these are all the same amounts as what they had asked for in the current year.
What would it look like if the same reductions were applied as were applied to the city departments?
So just for sake of discussion, it would be around $2,500 in total.
If, for all of it?
Yes.
I mean, at all of the organizations, not.
If you did an across-the-board reduction, it'd be around 2.5%. So for instance, 2.5% would be applied to $8,000, which is around $170. So if the question is, if you wanted to ask the Friends Shelter, how could they operate at $170 less than what they requested within that context? When we sent out the applications, I was not aware of the CARES Act money being available, but conceivably, there could be some things that are being done by each one of these organizations that would qualify within the definition of what we could use that $10.7 million for as well.
Yeah, mine's
While we're
mine are all family services.
getting this, Jim, just
Okay.
for sake of
Senior
ease, we
Center.
call it SECA.
I think they were already collated.
So you don't have to say SC.
I think we uncollated what was already collated.
Because I got all the family
I couldn't-
services.
Shoot, all right, I failed at passing out.
So why don't we,
papers.
that's all right. So why don't we do this? Let's not worry about these right now. Let's get a copy of these for
I think
everybody. We got them.
Somewhere I do have a copy, I could put them up on the screen.
Which is, I don't know.
Here, just the extras.
Here, let's go ahead and go. Do we have any specific questions from what we know of the Friends of the Animal Shelter? Or, I'm sorry. Aid for Friends. Well, there's some Friends of the Animal Shelter too out there. They're just not on this list. I'm sorry, BJ.
Let's call it Aid for Friends.
Aid for Friends, let's do that. Okay, not seeing none. Does anybody have any questions for Family Services Alliance?
All right, I'll go.
Well, I think we ought to ask each one of them what they would do with the reduction.
Okay?
I mean, that's what.
Aid for Friends, if you'd please come on up here. I got it right that time, BJ.
Well, good morning. I think it's still morning.
Yep.
My name's BJ Stensland. I'm the Executive Director at Aid for Friends. And the 100 and how much? Reduction?
72.
It would just mess with my budget, with having to redo my budget. That is not a huge amount for our organization. The $8,000 itself only covers about 7.5% of our shelter costs, and it's less than 1% of our overall agency budget. So there is not a huge impact.
So if I told you it was $200 instead of $170, would that?
Then we have a problem.
Okay.
That changes everything.
Yeah, no. But overall is $2,500 when you look at all of these agencies. I look at our nonprofits, and that is not a huge amount either. For how much is our effort or our work for your whole budget? So that's my question to you.
Okay.
Anything else?
Any other questions for Aid for Friends?
Just
Love
a
to
quick
tell you more,
comment.
Comment?
Just a quick comment, the shelter is absolutely fabulous, the new shelter. And I'm really excited for when you move in July.
We are going to have a ribbon cutting July 23rd and give that weekend, and we will have clients and have it operational July 26th.
Awesome.
And it is wonderful. It is a beautiful facility, and I hope you all get to see it.
That's just so good for our community, so
It's
appreciate it.
mind-blowing, so nice.
Super.
And functional, and all on one floor.
Awesome.
All right,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Family Services Alliance.
My name is Sarah O'Banion. I'm the Executive Director of Family Services Alliance. And to your question, we also would be just moving some money around. Obviously, we have that budgeted for staff. So what we would do is look at our fundraising, and I would try to increase that fundraising to make up that cost. And if I did the math correct, which I'm not super good at math, but I think it's around $500, and so we would be looking at.
A little bit less than that, but we'll use the 500 if you want.
And so we would just be looking at how we could make sure that those services and those staff hours don't change.
Okay, any other questions for Family Services Alliance? I know they save our police department a lot of time and effort and money, and they're really good for the people that they serve there. It's
And we appreciate the chief and the opportunity to be working with law enforcement and frankly, a lot of other departments. I just got asked to be an expert witness for prosecution, so we appreciate the opportunity to work with you.
Thank you for all that you do.
Yeah, very much. Okay, seeing no other questions, then Senior Center.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Anita Valadola, and I'm the director of the Senior Activity Center.
Thanks. It's hard to hear.
Oh, no, you're fine. That's good. And as well, we would, it would probably be approximately around $875.
Well, you were off by $1, $8.76.
Actually, I
Very
have
good.
to thank one of my
Yeah.
board members.
If
So
it's
thank you,
76,
Darryl.
she wants to stick with the 75.
I'll let you take the
Okay,
5.
so we would as well, we would balance out and do a little bit of extra fundraising. We would manage. We're just grateful for what you're giving us, so we appreciate it. We know it's a lot of money, but it's going to good use.
Questions for the Senior Center?
I'd also thank them for everything they do for the community.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Extremely important work.
Are you back to full operation yet?
We are open for all social activities. However, we are going to stay curbside meals till July 1st. We may open sooner, just depending on the stats. But right now, we're serving about 3,000 seniors a month. So that's 200 a day. So we're pretty busy.
Yeah.
Did your numbers go up substantially with COVID?
Significantly, from 1,000 a month to 3,000 a month.
Wow.
So there are seniors out there that are taking advantage of the free meal. Donations went down, but that's okay. We also were able to get COVID dollars.
Okay, good. Any other questions? Okay, super,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Sister City Japanese.
I'm Doug Woolley with Sister City of Japanese. I think we were...
Is that correct?
Yeah, well, it's...
Did we do that right?
Sister City Japanese?
Sister City Japanese.
Well, we're with Pocatello Sister City Foundation, and we're the Japanese side.
Got it.
Yeah. And I think our budget stayed the same, if that's what we're asking.
$63.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's substantial less than I expected.
Yeah.
No,
We
that's
asked-
what it
Let me
would
redo
go,
my math.
that's what it might
Yeah.
go down, that's what we
So
were
the
looking at.
question is what does it look like if you lose 2.5% of your budget?
Which is $63.
Oh, okay. I was like, we usually get a lot more than that. Sorry, I misunderstood that.
In for a dime, you're in for a dollar.
Well,
They took it pretty well.
yeah. Well, in COVID, we haven't really been required to do a lot. So our budget's been pretty simple, But there's an exchange this year, and I think we'll be okay if it's a little bit less. So at least $63 is probably not going to kill us. So.
Okay, any questions for?
When is travel going to be?
Right now, we're still, right now we're doing an adult delegation this year, and we're still, it's going to be, I think, September, right around there.
Because I think I read that for vaccinated Americans, Japan is opening up now.
I think so. I think, the last time we spoke about it, we were concerned that maybe it's going to be harder for them to come in here than us get over there, but we're still not sure if the exchange is going to go through. There still could be some, cancellations and...
Could you just do an email update, once it becomes clear, just to...
You bet.
Kind of keep us
Yeah.
in the loop, because I think those are so valuable.
Yeah, the exchange, like I said, it's going to be quite a big exchange this year. We're going to have a lot of adults going, I think 21 was the last time I was told. So I don't know how many are coming this way, but it's probably going to be, I think around, I thought they said around 15, so adults. But that's really where our budget is needed, is when the people come here so we can cart them around and show them the area and everything. We do a lot of fundraising for the youth going out. Our true budget with the youth delegation and everything is more about 25,000 is what we've estimated pretty much every year. It's probably a little more this coming with fuel costs and everything might be going up, but right around there. So.
Quick question. I was just reading, regarding the Olympics, and the U.S. government is recommending Americans not travel to Japan for the Olympics, and then there's talk about whether they're going to cancel the Olympics and all that kind of stuff. Is that going to be a factor?
It will. I don't know about our government saying, asking us not to go, but like I said, it's really up in the air this year still. We're still not quite sure. We're kind of in limbo. We're planning on it, but
wait and see.
Yeah, we're hurry up and wait and see, depending on how quickly things start to open up, and then we hopefully will be able to have an exchange. But if not, then we'll move to next year. So,
Chris?
This is really and this is probably opening a can of worms, so I don't really think we need to discuss it, but I just want to throw out this idea. And Tom, it might involve you too. So I was thinking last night about, cash dollars versus other ways that money could flow to the non-departmentals. And so the first question is, by fueling at our fuel site, do we actually get any kind of saving, is it, in the terms of cost per gallon?
Yes, we bid fuel in bulk every 2 weeks, and we usually our unleaded is about 50 cents a gallon cheaper than at the pump. And then our diesel, we use off-road diesel, so we don't have to pay the tax for that. And so our diesel is usually about $1 a gallon.
So, and that's why I say this isn't a discussion for now, and I understand there are all kinds of, potential pitfalls, but I was wondering whether or not one of the ways that we might support organizations, some of these organizations that have travel costs included in their budget, if they do, whether or not there would be a secure way and a legal way to allow them to enjoy the savings that we enjoy. And like I say, I'm not proposing to discuss it now. It was just one of those thoughts that I thought, what if? Who knows?
Okay. Any other questions for Doug?
We do appreciate very much the support that the City Council gives us. We do. And thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Let's see, where am I at? Meals on Wheels, Sika.
Good afternoon, Shante, Sika CEO. Thanks for having us here today. Good to see everyone. If I did my math right, it's about $575, or in our world, the tune of 105 meals would be the difference of that. Kind of echoing what the partners here have said, increase fundraising efforts, move some things around in the budget, look at some other cost savings as far as vehicle maintenance and repair, other more streamlined delivery methods that could help make up for that reduction.
Kind of the same question that I was asking Anita, and I know the answer, but I just would like to hear how much or have everybody hear how much the Meals on Wheels program, the use of that has increased because of COVID. I mean, can you give us just a quick?
Absolutely. As of the end of April, we were already 65% of the total of what we served in 2020. So the need has grown. The cost of the meals has increased through our food service provider, and then additionally, the fuel costs and vehicle maintenance and repair increases that we're seeing, globally right now.
And are you a December 31st, January? Is that your
Yep, January to
cycle?
December, yes.
Okay.
Yep, so 4 months in, we're 65% ahead of where we were. Yes, so the need has significantly increased. And what I think, just to maybe give you a little bit more, what we're seeing is a lot of that has been people temporarily coming onto meals, likely, the fear of not wanting to go out of the home in those more vulnerable populations. And so it's rotating more frequently than we have historically seen.
Okay, any other questions? Okay.
And thank you. We appreciate all the efforts that you do to support the vulnerable populations in our community.
Thank you, Shante. Okay, Tourism Bureau of Commerce. Are they here? They will do the same thing, I'm certain of, is have to
I had questions last year when we talked about this, because we talked about, we have no benchmarks of what we're getting back. We're in a tight budget. We've been talking a lot about economic development and where those dollars need to thoughtfully go. And, I didn't have any way of measuring any kind of return for this 15 grand that was discernible last year. And given our current context, I really wonder whether this is something that's really, really critical. And if somebody could explain to me why this is critical and how we know it's critical, I would love it.
I know that this $15,000 with the Tourism Bureau and with this money, it helps us bring in about 200 and I can't remember, 280, 265 and 285,000, both numbers sticking in my head. So don't run to the bank with either one of them.
Right.
Helps us bring that money in to advertise for the city of Pocatello, and it's focused right here in Bannock County, Pocatello, Chubbuck area. So it brings that in. Without that match, then the region, our Region 5, which is Region 5, Malad, Montpelier, around here, ends up with about $176,000 last count. Don't run to the bank with those numbers. And then they focus on those outlier areas. And so this was able to help us bring in that extra money into the city of Pocatello, Chubbuck area to advertise and to, ask people to come here. That money, this 175 or whatever to the region still goes there. We just lose, if we don't have this match, they just lose the ability to get that 280 whatever thousand, 60 whatever thousand
Right.
is.
So I guess, number one, whoever compiles those numbers, I'd like to see whatever their report is.
So I think, that would be either Matt or Stephanie, one of the two. So we
whoever
can do
that is, if they could, come for that. And then secondly, I really want to understand how, we've got several layers of promoting Pocatello at the moment, and I'm just wondering where, I need to understand where the redundancies are, where they're functioning in a focused way in a completely different lane, before I'm willing to acquiesce again this year on this particular line. I just don't, I understand in concept what you're saying, but I'm looking for specifics.
So what I've gotten a note here, we just need to get with Matt or Stephanie, whoever is over that tourism note money, to explain kind of the dollars that we get from it. And then we would also like to find out where the layers of promoting Pocatello and what redundancies we have out there.
Right, because I think that's going to be important
Okay.
in future discussions of other
Yep.
budget items.
Okay, I've got that down. Linda?
I'm going to sort of jump the gun here, but we have one more here from the free clinic. And I have to leave, unfortunately, but
Okay.
I would like to make a recommendation before I leave that we leave these amounts the same as last year.
Okay. All right, and right now, I think everybody is kind of there. They're interested in the 2.5%, or not everybody, but a few. We're interested in the 2.5%, so we'll take a look at that and stuff, and then I'll get some answers to Chris's question on the tourism and stuff like that. We haven't had the opportunity to hear from the free clinic, though, so why don't we bring the free clinic up really quick and
Hi, I'm Sherry Joseph. I'm the Executive Director of the Pocatello Free Clinic, and this is Georgia Mylan. She's our Medical Director. And we are very grateful to the City Council for allocating the $10,000 for us, which would be $250 would be the cut. And I'm not going to say that it's not important, because every dollar is. And so dollars, all those dollars add up into a large amount to allow us to provide the service. So those dollars would have to come from another source, because every dollar is stretched as far as we possibly can to be able to, to provide free medical care, free mental health care, free dental care to our community, and we've done so for 50 years. We're celebrating our 50-year anniversary, which in free clinic world is a very long time. And it's because of the people of Pocatello that we've been able to be sustainable for this long. So we're very grateful.
thank you. Any questions while we have them here? Chris?
Yeah, last year I visited the clinic, and at that time I spoke with a young woman who was in the process of really developing a much more efficient data system for you, and I'm just wondering where you are in that process and some of the, maybe the high points of what that data is divulging.
So with our, tracking our medical records and tracking who we see, or for as far as financial QuickBooks?
I mean, it wasn't, my question was, how do you keep track of your, or I was asking database questions.
Yeah.
And she said, I'm really glad you're asking these questions. We need to get there. I'm working on getting us there. And so I'm just circling around and saying what became of that. And so I don't know what exactly she was going to put in her system.
Thank you for that. That's Monica, Ms. Preta, and she's still very involved. She's our Director of Program Development. So we use Athena, which is an electronic medical record system. I can tell you that we had 1,000 patients visit us last year, and that's even with COVID, when things were very shut down for us. We did most of our visits by telephone, trying to follow the mandates and keep people safe in their homes unless they really did need to come in. 1,000 patients and 3,000 visits. Our numbers stayed relatively the same in 2020 versus 2019, and that is with both Medicaid expansion and with COVID, which really, shut the city down for a while in March and April.
So how did, because in that same meeting, we talked about the potential impact that expanded Medicaid would have.
Yes.
And at that time, I don't.
It was Monica, I think.
It was again Monica?
Yes, I think.
Yeah, and she talked about the referral system, that anyone who comes in for free, you work with them extensively to see if they can be taken care of through expanded Medicaid and Health West.
Very much so.
So are you seeing, given that at least some of your patients would
have qualified. We had long-term patients that knew us, and we were our medical home. We were their medical home, and when all this happened, we either sent them to Health West to, as soon as our providers, both Georgia and Cindy, could look at the data and go, you're going to be a perfect candidate for Health West. We need to get you into the system. So either, sent them over to enroll, or if we felt that it was going to be a difficult process for them, called with them and helped them navigate the system. So I don't have the percentage of our patient numbers that changed. We do know in talking to free clinics across the country who navigated this process before Idaho, their quote was 60% of their population changed, but there's still a gap and there's still a need.
Right.
And so we do know, and Georgia may be able to speak to this a little more too, that we did lose a lot of long-term patients. We're happy to get them into the Medicaid system, but people are still finding us and needing our system.
So with your 1,000 discrete patients.
Yes.
And 3,000 visits.
Yes.
So does that, if 60% of your, how does that compare to your previous number of patient contacts? I think you said it was approximately the same.
It's pretty close. Yeah, I think we had 883 patient visits in 2020, and I think we had right under 1,000 in 2019. But you also have to consider COVID, which is a big player.
So my question is, if 60%, give or take, is the number of patient transfers to another provider is the norm, then that would suggest that potentially 60% of your current 1,000 contacts are different people.
And I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting because I've only been working at the clinic for like a year and a half. And my experience, decades, is working with vulnerable populations. And when I looked at, Medicaid's expanded now to 138%, what percentage of our patients would fall in that? And I was very worried because like 70% of the patients that we're seeing would now be Medicaid eligible. And everyone who comes in the door, what we want is we're just advocates for the patients. We want them on Medicaid.
Sure.
Because we want them to have no barriers to health care. And yet, to my surprise, and because we've done a lot of outreach, and like in this proposal, we're trying to get out of our silo. We go to where the people are who need us. We're opening clinics now in American Falls. We're seeing so many undocumented people who don't qualify for Medicaid coming to us because there's no place else to go.
Right.
And so all we had to do was look at, okay, who are the vulnerable people who didn't even know about us after 50 years? And it's like, oh my gosh, there's so many of them. And we're just still scratching the surface. It's amazing.
We don't really spend money on advertising, so because we don't have the money for it. And so a lot of people who walk in our door say, I never knew you were here. Right. And then, so we still are finding people. And what Georgia mentioned to me earlier is we're finding people who didn't realize they were sick, I'm putting that in air quotes, didn't know they had hypertension, didn't know they had diabetes, didn't know they had these things because they've never had access to health care.
Right.
And so, by raising the health of these people, we're trying to raise the health of everyone in this room, our whole community.
Right, and so, all I'm suggesting is that it appears to me that if your numbers are the same and the norm would be that a significant number of your population would have shifted, that you are actually accumulating new patients.
Yes.
That's literally...
Yes, we definitely are. Unfortunately, I don't have that number for you, but I can work on that.
That's fine. And then last year, again, final question, when I was there, you had a pretty remarkable prescription grant.
Dispensary of Hope.
Right, and is that something that you can continue to?
Yes, I'm just paying it, it's $7,500 a year, which is a lot of money for us.
Right.
And I'm in the process of renewing that for the second year. And that allows us to access a dispensary that's based in Tennessee, where whatever pharmaceuticals they are able to access, we have unlimited access to. So if you came in and you needed a script this week and you needed a different script next week, if that dispensary had it in their pile, we can pull from them as often as once a week. And sometimes things change a little bit, but the quality of the medicine that they have is excellent. It's not outdated things or things that nobody wants. So we're able to provide for most of our patients out of that stockpile. And then everyone else we send to MOGS, our local partner, who charges us cost plus $4, just to kind of try to cover some of his cost. But through accessing this program, we've really brought our pharmaceutical costs down because pharmaceuticals are very expensive. So even at cost plus $4, they're very
Great,
expensive.
I'm glad that you were able to continue.
Yes,
that.
it's
That
been
was
a great
really
program.
impressive. So,
And it
thank
probably
you.
is equivalent to like $60,000, $70,000 worth of pharmaceuticals we get for $7,500 a year.
So, yes, it was a really good investment for us and our patients.
Right.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
I've waited till everybody presented, but I think it's real important to articulate that we're kind of in a bind. We appreciate the work all of you do. We're aware of other agencies in town that do very similar things. We're aware of the continuum of care that is in our community, and we have to address that. But the other side of it is, we also are aware that every time we go for a tax dollar, we're taking a little bit from someone else. And if 40 to 50% of our people are in an economic upside-down position, it's a balance in the books type of thing that we must do. And I don't know where we're going to go, but I think that's part of our discussion, is how much we will take away from an individual to have the discretion in their own life to do with their own money, or we will say, we're going to have you subsidize work elsewhere. And I kind of have always, in the council that I've worked with in the past, has always kind of felt like the best thing we can do is to leverage what we do with the city staff in ways that create greater efficiencies for our staff. I don't know where we're going to go, but I do think that that's one of the things this council is going to have to weigh, particularly when we look at the 2.5%.
Okay, Rich?
Mr. Mayor, in the written information, we also had one from Pocatello Arts Council that's not on the list. I didn't get the whole packet with the confusion over the bundling. So
I get the whole package.
Are there others that...
So Pocatello Arts Council is actually been funded through a different funding than this. That was funding, if I remember, Roger will know better than I will, or remember better than I will, but if I remember right, when that money came from the Stanrod house that was sold, that was, during Roger's time,
There was a lump sum set aside, and I think some of it might even have been
the Chief
Theater.
It was
There was
either,
an accumulation of money that has been allocated as a result of those funds to different entities.
but it was specifically supposed to be for the arts, and that's where that money comes from.
So is there a separate fund set for that then, Jim?
Yeah, and I can't tell you right off the top of my head. I apologize for that. But
Say Fund 78.
Don't say Fund 78.
77.
It is a fund. The money was set aside for a decade or two ago, about, well, more
So are
than a
there
decade
any
ago.
other applications in this bundle then that we're not corroborating with the...
The only other thing I would say is this, that you do have, I don't consider this part of our community organizations, but you have Bannock Development Corporation and READY, which are funded out of non-departmental. And thank you for bringing that up. I had forgotten that we had the Arts Council.
And Jim, I would suggest that the chamber funding ought to go in this category rather than in the...
I would agree with that. I don't think that these are contributions. These are actually contracts that you have for services. And that would probably be true for chamber as well.
Chris?
So one of the questions that I've had with Pocatello Arts Council is, because it's a finite amount of money, and the council has done a really good job, I think, and increasingly doing a good job of recruiting applications, so to speak, and et cetera, because they weren't originally, for a number of years, they really hadn't necessarily spent their allocation. But my question is whether, I mean, it appears, based on the decision that was made when this insurance money was allocated, that the council at that time considered the arts at least somewhat important in the community. And the Arts Council has not really discussed or implemented any kind of plan to continue themselves beyond this finite amount of money. And to me, that's too bad, because if it was important enough to allocate this chunk of money to the arts in the first place, then I think the Arts Council has some responsibility to try to continue themselves. And I'm thinking of other things that are somewhat analogous, like the Brady Chapter and so forth and so on. And if it's not important that we have, and I'm not advocating that we do anything with this funding, but the question that gets begged is, if it's not important enough to try to continue, then is it important, why is it important enough to do now? And I'm an arts advocate, so for all people who are now thinking that I hate the arts, I don't. But I think it's a legitimate question.
I think that they were looking for a way to, well, I can't even speculate.
I mean, I have suggested that conversation a time or two, because it's not my place to tell them what to do. I'm not aware of any public traction in terms of their meetings. But I think in terms of leadership from this council, a council appeared to indicate that to a small degree the arts are important in Pocatello, but apparently it's kind of turned into just spending the money that, the finite amount of money that we have because of the theater burning down. And I believe, for the sake of the city, that we should be building on that money rather than just spending it and calling it quits.
I would agree. I think that was probably the intent at some point.
So, yeah, so I'm not in a punitive mode, it's just that, you know, maybe, I guess my recommendation would be at some point after we're done with budgeting, that we just have a, you know, friendly kind of conference with the Arts Council and just kind of say, you know, how do you see this 15 years from now?
Are you the liaison in the arts? So why don't you request to be put on their agenda with that question and see what they've got, and then you can report back to the council, and then we can go from there. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
Could I make just a very quick comment? And it was something that this very nice gentleman said. And you know how often we think of the people who are paying taxes and then the people who are being subsidized. And as a medical provider during COVID, man, did I see that playing field equalize. So many people were coming into the clinic and they said, I never thought I would be one of these people. I've lost my job, I've lost my insurance, I have nothing. And we help them get to the food bank. But it's amazing, just, you know, as time goes on, how the taxpayers sometimes need the subsidies and vice versa. And I think we saw that a lot this last year. So just wanted to point that out.
Thank you.
It's a there but for the grace of God go I situation. I mean, any one of us can end up in a dire situation, and, you know, to not acknowledge that is arrogance, I think. So thank you for that.
Okay, any other questions for any of the, what is there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that has been here? Okay, thank you.
I'm so sorry I screwed up the packets, everybody.
Thank you no worries, thank you very much. You're more than welcome to stay, but we also know that you're busy people.
I'm holding myself accountable for having messed up.
So we
Spoken like a
will
true teacher.
jump back
Oh, yeah, are we still talking about?
I think I was just gonna jump back with Jim and see where we are with this.
So you had a discussion about the community organizations and the desire to have the 2.5% apply to them. I don't know if we have consensus on that or not, but within the context of what I heard, there was some difference of opinion as it related to how you wanted to deal with that. Now you have two others, Bannock Development Corp. And Ready. Ready was not able to be here, and quite frankly, I did not ask Bannock Development to be here. I didn't think this was within the context of what you were anticipating. But the question would be then is, do you want to apply that 2.5% to either one of these?
I think in budget development, if we have a bottom line that says we need to be applying the 2.5%, we should start applying the 2.5%. Because we will not know what our budget looks like otherwise.
I would be in favor of dropping Ready, period.
Me too.
I'm not in favor of dropping Ready.
I think that's a discussion, later discussion is what I think that's a later discussion.
Have you had any luck getting the mission statements?
I've reached out to both of them, it was just last week, and they should be getting them to me. But I will be able to get one from Bannock Development fairly easily. Ready's going to be a harder ask.
And then I was wondering, because I've been thinking a lot about this, and to me this whole situation is kind of like Russian nesting dolls. And I think it actually starts with the state, because what has happened, but I think it's happened relatively accidentally as far as I can tell, is that the state perceives, the state government perceives the state of Idaho in these regions. And then what has grown up, apparently, is each one of those regions kind of within themselves developed an economic development vehicle, and so they're all different. And then we have another layer, which is, Bannock Development. Idaho Falls has another layer, which is their dedicated economic development city staff person. So I'm not really clear from the state down what this critter is supposed to look like and how it's supposed to function. And until I understand that, I feel unable to make a thoughtful financial decision relative to either organization because I just don't get the schema. And that's not a diss on anybody. That's just saying, I just don't feel comfortable reaching my hand through a hole in the wall and making a decision when I'm literally flying blind.
Okay. Well, I'll follow up again with them and see if we can't get those things so that we'll have that.
And I will tell you, last week, accidentally, I don't know how I ended up there, I was doing another search. I ended up on the state of Michigan's website for economic development. And their site is so much more organized. You can go to any city and find out in the state of Michigan, and find out what they have to offer. And it's got demographics, it's got everything there. And to me, one of the dilemmas we have is we are put in the position in this state of trying to create this for our own locales. And I think Ready is an attempt to do that. I think Bannock Development is an attempt to do that. And I really see the two layers, Ready being a regional thing and Bannock Development being our local thing. But I was amazed at what was there compared to what I can find here.
My opinion of Ready is it's a failed attempt. We've given, it didn't work before. Teresa came on board, we gave her now 1.5 years, almost 2 years to do this, and it still isn't working. And at some point, you got to pull the plug and let's move on.
Except for this.
Bannock Development, it's been the same thing.
Bannock Development's done a hell of a job.
Well, but wait a minute, but here's my concern about Ready, and I'm not saying I don't agree with either one of you, But my concern is, do site selectors reach out to a regional, or do they reach out to Bannock Development? Because if they have to go, if the way it works, and I think that's kind of, I'm where you are, because I really don't understand, if I'm a site selector, what do I do? I mean, that's not, I don't know how to, so, but what are the odds that I'm gonna reach out to the city of Pocatello? I mean, I'm gonna reach out to a region, it seems to me, and then.
It's usually the state, right?
Yeah, the state is where the
Okay,
site
so
selectors will reach
so
out to
then
the state.
where does it go from, I mean, the state then does what with that?
The state,
Sends it to both Ready
Yeah.
and Bannock Development.
the state sends
And
it to
Ready sends it
both.
again to Bannock Development.
Okay. Because I mean, I guess that's my, I mean, I just really don't understand, but I would hate to eliminate if having a regional is where the site selectors go, and then we don't have a regional,
And that
then
was
we're gonna
the
be
idea.
SOL.
That was the idea, like Rick said, it was a great idea in theory, but in reality, it hasn't worked out.
In
that
reality,
But I think-
they're both getting hit for those things. It's a duplication of services.
But the reality, but I'm gonna just say it again, this discussion is probably not for right now. It's probably for July when we are here to present the budget and what it looks like to make that decision, so.
So my recommendation is that we, right now, we withhold both of these from the budget, understanding that, and remembering that they're withheld, and then we have whatever discussions we need, and based on that, it's not going to be a massive adjustment to the budget either way. Or the other alternative would be to leave them both in the way they are and then do, I mean, maybe that's better because then we're adjusting down rather
That's
than
what I
adjusting up.
We'll do that. Go ahead, Heidi.
Well, I was just gonna, sorry, this feels like changing topics a little bit, but I kind of wanted to go back to what Councilmember Bray said earlier about the 2.5. As much as we love these organizations that are listed under non-departmental, and as much as we recognize their value in helping our community, I think it probably is fair to apply the 2.5 to them if it's going to apply to all of the city departments. So that's a good, I mean, I know it's only like, what did you say, total?
$2,575
$2,500 or something.
$2,500.
But at least it's
Yeah.
a step
I'm off.
towards making up for that $215,972 that's in the red right now. So I was just gonna say.
And I would say we do the
probably agree
same
with that.
here.
The only thing I don't know about is Arts Council, since it is from that separate fund and it's already set aside, it kind of makes sense to just leave that.
It doesn't affect the
You know what
budget
I
one
mean?
way or the other.
Because it's,
Doesn't help one.
yeah, so I probably wouldn't do it for that one, but for at least these that are on your non-departmental page, you know. So I was just gonna share my feeling
That's
there.
kind of where I am. I mean, basically, if every board member wrote an extra $50 check to the organization, which is part of the responsibility of a board member in the nonprofit world, they're whole again. And I'm going to amend my recommendation relative to Ready and Bannock Development, which is that we apply the same percentage reduction to them, but then include them in the budget with that reduction to then be, whatever I said before, but do the reduction.
Leave it in the
until we
budget.
talk
and then
about it.
Leave it in, but leave it in with the reduction.
Instead of adding to it, so.
That sounds like a midnight session for me to try to figure out what you did. I'm just
That's
kidding.
Once I figure it out, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jim, what else have you got there for us?
So the rest of non-departmental is a sizable amount, but I'm going to just tell you that I will apply what I heard today as it relates to the community organizations. I believe there's probably another roughly $46,000 that I can find very readily in the non-departmental area. And much of the rest of the money relates to some areas that I can't really discuss right now in open session. That's in the non-departmental area.
I had a planning and development question. can even go back and find it now.
To the fees.
I just wondered what wind energy conversion system is.
Jeff, do you know what wind energy conversion system is? You're talking about a
It's a
planning?
line item in the budget, and I don't know what it is.
Well, it's a fee.
It's a fee
It's a
for,
fee.
it's a fee for people who are installing private systems on their residences.
So how come I don't think we do that for solar, so why do we do it for wind?
Say that again.
Well, I believe I'm not aware that there's any conversion fee for solar, so what is it that why is wind different?
I couldn't give you a good answer on it. I know we don't process many of those conversions, so we haven't done any since I've been here. It happened very, very rarely, so I could get some more information on that
Yeah.
process and why that.
I would appreciate that, thank you, because I'm not really, again, it's kind of like the home occupation question, why one and not the other?
Yeah, I can get some details on that.
Sounds like we want to add it to, no, just kidding.
I mean,
Get
if
some
we don't-
details for us if we
Yeah,
need
we
to.
don't do very many, and we don't do it for solar. I mean, probably it's going to break the bank to just get rid of it unless it's something that I'm not understanding. And then, there was a line item also called comprehensive plan amendment and text, or something like that.
Right.
What is?
So,
I mean, I understand the words, I just don't understand what they
right,
mean.
so
like-
sometimes.
So Brenda, would have you come down here, yes, please. Get in your steps.
You thought you were done already?
I thought I was done. That's good. So comprehensive plan amendment or text amendment in the comprehensive plan. So the public can request changes to the comprehensive plan. Usually the changes in a comprehensive plan come in the form of the map, the future land use map. But at times, changes can be made to the text of the comprehensive plan. And so that is a process that goes through the planning commission and then to the city council for approval. And so that fee is to cover the cost for staff time to process that request.
And how does the public, I mean, I'm guessing that you don't want me and my 15 neighbors to each come in and request a change. So what are the criteria for a legitimate?
There's an application process that you have to go through, and then the city reviews it. And it's really, the comprehensive plan is a guiding document, and so it's fairly subjective. And so it's one of those things that's why it goes through the planning commission as well, because that is their responsibility, is to look at the comprehensive plan and that it meets the values and goals of the community. And so essentially what that process would be is that proposal something that meets those values and goals of the community is what we're really looking at.
Thank you.
Yep.
Like I say, I understood the meaning of every word, but collectively, I had no clue.
Yes. Heidi, Brent, before you leave. Heidi,
No,
Brent.
it's not for Brent. It's
Okay, you're good.
going back. I just had a thought. We've talked before on the council about not having like random dollars and cents because it's not very easy for the finance department and it's weird for the entities. So I just was thinking, as you're calculating the 2.585% on some of those non-departmental, like if they were going to have a cut of 186, maybe you just make it a flat 200 so that they have an easy round number to work with.
Well,
you know.
We like round numbers.
I guess I have a question for Jim. If all of this is non-departmental, who's proposing the budget?
I don't know if you had an opportunity to look in the service levels report, but I made a little bit of a statement in there related to non-departmental. And I actually said mayor and council. because in my view, most of the money that's in here relates to decisions that you're making, like the decisions that we were talking about today. So I believe it truly is, if we want to call it non-departmental, mayor and council is responsible for it. So it's your proposal.
So, for example, just pulling one of them out, in non-reciprocal,
Yes.
508,000, and it jumps to 1.771 million this year.
Yep.
Where does that come from?
So that is a transfer for transit. That's to match the amount that we get from federal funding. And so that amount relates to transit, the $508,000.
Can we park it in transit?
Pardon?
Can we park it in transit? You know, it seems to me.
In order for it to be a match, we don't, so we have two separate funds for transit, one for rural and one for urban, but they need to have that match in order for them to get their federal funding. We can't show it in those transit funds, technically. It has to come from some other source. General fund is where it comes from.
And I'm not an accountant, so I don't understand it, but for a novice accountant, I say, it would seem that there would be a transfer into transit from
Yes.
a fund, not a whole bunch of funds. And in that fund, you transfer, and then you see it show up there. That's just my...
So this is the expenditure side. In transit, you would see the revenue side of that. And as you just depicted it, that's how it works. And so we have one fund, the general fund. This is the compartment that we put it in, or department, for that transfer.
Chris?
So these are general budget kinds of questions. So what I have been told in the past, and what appeared to be true when I looked at line item department budgets a while ago, is that the only way to know what was spent in a line, like let's take phones, was to actually look at the descriptors, because clothing might be assigned to phones. And so when you looked at what was budgeted and et cetera, it really didn't appear to me to be accurate. So, and that's confusing to me. I mean, I'm not used to being able to, buy new trash cans with my textbook funds.
So I'm not sure if this is where you're heading on this, Chris, but there's a few things that I've learned over the course of time. I won't say how old I am again, but I'll leave that to your imagination. I've seen people that they realize, hey, my budget has run out. I don't have any more budget dollars left in clothing. So I have to find some place to pay for the clothing that I didn't budget for. So for some reason, it ends up in some other line item. That's one of those practices that I'm not a real big fan of. I believe that it needs to be charged where it needs to go to. Having said that, we do give the flexibility, and this is pretty much the way it is in every accounting system I've ever seen, unless you're really in dire straits, and I don't think we're quite there yet. I hope we never do get there, but to where if you have like 20 line items in a group, and I'll just call it materials and services, and if one of your line items doesn't have enough money in it to deal with all of the expenditures that you anticipate, I allow for you to be able to spend out of another line item, just so long as you stay within bounds in that group. That doesn't mean you're supposed to change where you charge that item. And I've given this lecture to so many departments, I can't tell you how many, because it's just one of those common practices. probably was in the schools where you worked as well. I don't know. but-
Not here.
Okay.
Not here.
It's kind of hard to manage that really well, but we really do try to do that. And when I see something along those lines, I say, no, that's not where you're supposed to be spending the money. You're supposed to charge it to where it's designated
Right.
as being such. So in my review, I haven't seen, there's been a few cases where I've seen what you're talking about, but not too much here from what I can tell. Now, I don't know what you've heard when you went through and looked.
Yeah, I was just looking at, I haven't talked to anybody about this. I just was
Okay.
looking at what was in front of me and going,
Yeah.
okay, so how does that, first of all, as a department, how does that help you? Because if you build your next year's budget based on the fact that you need, $500 in phones, but you spent $250 of that, and then it suggests a couple of things. One is maybe you didn't need that much money in phones in the first place, or something exceptional happened in clothing, but there's no way to tell what, why, or where.
And that's exactly the point, is it doesn't help, because then you don't know exactly what you spent for purposes of budgeting in the future. And it makes it so the budget is sort of smoothed out over the course of time, but it doesn't really depict what's going on,
Well, right.
what underlies.
Okay, yeah, and I'm used to being, you can't ever get the whole story from a budget, but I'm used to being able to kind of track activity and so forth from looking at the numbers and the notations.
Since Chris Sorensen isn't here, this time I won't pick on him as it relates to our system, but we do have a system that works okay as it relates to tracking expenditures. It works pretty good as it relates to budgeting detail, but what I find is it's really hard to track the items. There are some line items where we'll have 4 or 5 different related elements in that one line item. We call that miscellaneous information. Most systems have a hard time tracking the actual expenditures against those miscellaneous items. It's not meant to mean that they're miscellaneous, it's just that that's how we depict it in our budget process. I'd like to, and I'm not going to talk about this right now, but I'd like to get us a system that allows for better tracking along those lines.
So one recommendation that occurred to me was to build our budget based on including whatever, it is we need in order to have the financial system that we need, just to see, just to see what that would look like. Because it appeared to me from conversations that I had with the former CFO that there were, from her perspective, some significant limitations. The limitations don't sound quite so dire from your perspective, but I'm still hearing limitations. And so I think that, it might, it's not a great year to try to do it, but I think this is another one of those cans that we shouldn't kick down the road because it's not going to go away and it's not going to get cheaper.
And it gets worse.
The
more antiquated it is, the more dire it is for us.
Right.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that I was planning on addressing when we talked about our capital items, and I'm not ready to talk about those at this point in time. So.
And then could you just, and maybe you're not ready to talk about this either, but I'm just curious, you talked about latitude. So what is our policy? Do I just do it and then ask for forgiveness? Or do we have a procedure if I'm going to move money from, phones to clothing? And it's, do we have a dollar, like this triggers, if it's this amount that triggers a conversation? Or what is our
So what
policy?
the departments are really good about doing is when they know that they've got a shortfall in one line item that they'd like to deal with that within the context of I've got some extra money over in a different line item, they send a memorandum to me. I will make the adjustment. If it crosses across departments, they can't do that.
Right.
And going from one department to another, it can't do that. And I don't think I've seen a policy, I may be wrong in this, but I'm not a big fan of moving money from, for instance, personnel into materials and services or vice versa. And I believe there's technically nothing wrong with it from a legal perspective. I would say this, however, we lay out the budget in the ordinance. Whatever's in the ordinance, I have to abide by that, and the departments have to abide by that. So if we got down to the point, and I'm not suggesting this by any means, that we actually had a line item budget that was 150 pages long or more, it's actually about 300 pages long, and if you wanted to adopt that as part of your ordinance, not suggesting that again, but that would be a way to control that. The more we get down to a detail level, the more there is legal control over it, but it also doesn't give departments flexibility.
So, Jared, you had mentioned earlier that that we don't really review our ordinances unless, somebody has a question. And so I'm wondering, my recommendation would be that you and Jim look at our current ordinances relative to everything that he just talked about. And if he recommends that there need to be some, adjustments or additions, that you guys figure out what that needs to be and then bring it to council to present it to us.
Are you referring to the appropriations ordinance?
Whatever.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so.
Every year before that's presented to you, we go through that together, but we can absolutely have that discussion, yes.
Because it sounds as though there might be some things around, policies and procedures relative to this transferring of money and et cetera, that it might be appropriate to have in there, or it might not. It might be appropriate to have them in the policy manual or somewhere else, but it sounds as though there might be some tightening.
Offhand, I would say probably a policy manual would be a better place to do that. I think it kind of ties your hands as well as department heads if we get down to too finite a level in budgeting. So.
Right. So, did that make sense to anybody but me? Okay.
Just so long as you're not in charge of collating.
Oh, I know. You're never going to let me forget that. I'm fired. I know I've lost my pass out the papers privileges. Not only that, I relinquish them based on the performance benchmark of utter failure.
Okay.
Mayor, where would you like to go from here?
So at this point, I would like to get into our police department. I know our police chief has a couple kids graduating from high school, and he has a number of family members here and needs to get going. And so I would like to jump into agenda item number 7. I have not seen lunch come by yet, and so it is being ordered, I believe. I'll go ask. I'll go double check once we get into the middle of this. I'll go and ask. So we'll move to agenda item number 7, fiscal year 2022 Police Department Budget Report. Chief Roger Shai will give a presentation, and it looks like he has his major with him as well.
I was just going to, before Chief starts, I was just going to make a couple of opening comments. In each departmental presentation, you're going to see an organization chart. And this was put together by Human Resources, essentially. It shows all of the positions in the department, shows the levels of management and how the organization works within that context. And as I mentioned earlier, there is a head count, both authorized as well as the actual. So for instance, in 2016, there were 133.5 positions authorized. And based on the analysis that was done in finance, we showed that on average there were 130.28 positions filled. And then you go to the next year, 130.55 positions filled, 129.12, 131.21, 131.86, and we haven't finished the analysis yet for fiscal 21. But essentially what we do is we looked at all of the pay in all of the pay periods, came out with an average based upon the number of hours worked. So there is a vacancy factor there, and Then next would be essentially, with the idea of trying to move this along, the total budget for the police department for fiscal year 2022 is $16,317,218. That is $288,328 more, or 1.8% more than what it was in fiscal year 2021. And I will tell you, just for sake of full disclosure, any increases related to what we're in the process of right now, bargaining, are not incorporated in the police department budget, and that will be true as well for the fire department budget. With the exception of, we have incorporated the health insurance benefit increases. We know what that is. That's not subject to negotiation in the case of police. And then, so pay and benefits increased by 0.5% from 2021. Operations, materials, and services, 4.3%. Transfers, 11.5%. And in total, as I said, 1.8%. And
Jim, your screen is frozen.
oh, good. Again. I don't know. Okay now?
Yep.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. That's one of the disadvantages of not having a screen over there. I can't tell that.
So this budget that you
Yes.
gave us, I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to be clear.
Ask
It
anyhow.
presupposes nothing relative to personnel increases across the city or in any particular department. Is that
Correct.
Okay. So it could be worse.
Well, no, no. I will say this, what was frozen up on the screen there, the non-departmental area, I won't go into a lot of details, but that's where I have some money related to that. So,
Okay.
but nothing in the police department budget, nothing in any of the other budgets related to negotiations.
Yep.
It's to me.
It's to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, Jim Kruger for his help with putting this presentation together. My name is Chief Roger Shy. I have my Deputy Chief, Major Jim McCoy, with me. He helped me on this presentation. So if you could go back to the organizational slide, Jim, on that. So right now, just so the council knows, back in 2017, they did a survey for our department, and they projected the 2020 numbers for people to be in Pocatello was 57,200 residents. I think we're either at that or above that right now. So what that puts us for where we're currently slotted with our 97 officers is approximately 1.68 per officers per thousand. The national average is 1.8 to 1.9. Depending on the flux of where you look at that. So we are below the national average. And it depends on what the census says from these numbers here. We are not asking for any additional people this year. We have 3 goals at the Pocatello Police Department, and these are the same 3 goals when we have meetings with the mayor for our department head meetings once a month. It's retention of our well-trained, highly skilled people that have responded to several difficult situations over the last several years. Retention of that right now is difficult. I've got agencies that are actively headhunting my guys to go to their agencies to be employed. I can tell you that there's 3 agencies right now that are trying to get several of our patrol officers. And that leads into the second one, recruiting. So going out and actively recruiting, we've got historically low numbers for people that can actually pass our test, pass our background, pass our PT, and get those numbers in there. That's why that directly correlates to what Jim was talking about, why those numbers are lower than our allocated spots, because we either lose people to, and we have lost people to other agencies, or they leave for other reasons. And it's difficult to recruit. I know it's a nationwide thing, but when I talk to my other components up in Idaho Falls and Twin Falls, I use them as a comparison, as a sounding board all the time, that they have a few more numbers that are actually testing and passing their tests than we do. So that's a concern of mine. We're doing different things to go out and recruit. And the third thing is to go out and build relationships with our community, and build relationships within other departments within the city of Pocatello, and work as a team. Those are our three things that we're always working on. Number one, with the retention. Number two, recruiting. And three, building relationships. So we have 97 sworn right now. Those are sworn positions up and down the chain of command. We have 43.5 civilian employees. That includes dispatch, records, and other support personnel. We have a lot of functions within the Pocatello Police Department that we are federally and state mandated to do. We have several audits several times a year. We just got done with 2 audits in our dispatch center through the FBI on our National Crime Information Computer, the NCIC computer. So we're required to do those. We're also required to do several audits through ILETS. That's the state system, and we have to pass those audits in order to keep our license. We have several things that we do with training, that we have to maintain certain training standards, and Post is actually getting a little more specific as what we have to train on. So we have to maintain those standards. We actually received a 3% reduction from ICRIMP because we met those training benchmarks this year. We continue to meet that, which is a reduction in the insurance the city has to pay. So those are important points that I think are critical. We're split into 3 divisions.
Could you back up for a second?
Sure.
I was trying to write down, we had 97 sworn officers?
We have 97 sworn officers.
And how many civilian?
43.5.
And so that, we could fill in the thing under fiscal year 2021, just put that number.
Except it's not an average, and the
Oh,
others are
that's-
averages.
That's authorized positions.
Okay.
That's what we're authorized to
Oh, you're not
at full
filled
strength.
position. Okay.
Yeah, and we're got 2 interviews on next Tuesday for 2 positions, and then we're doing backgrounds on 2 others, and then we're looking for dispatchers. So if
So
anybody
you
knows
have,
any dispatchers.
we have allocated 97 sworn officers.
Correct.
And we've allocated 43.5 civilians.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. So we're split up into 3 divisions. We're involved in several different components within the community, and we have patrol division, we have an investigations division, and we have support services. So you can see that on the organizational chart there, that there's 3 division commanders, and they're in charge of all kinds of different projects. There's all kinds of different things that each division commander is in charge of. Just within the patrol division, Captain Kelly oversees a field training program to make sure that everything is done and up to standard with our field training, so that we're not letting officers that should go through, that pass through that shouldn't, so that those standards are met. We oversee the traffic grant and the traffic ITDE grants that we get. He sits on the mental health task force, so every once a month they meet and discuss issues on mental health with folks from Bannock County, Fort Hall, Portland Medical Center, the Crisis Center, and we're constantly doing that. Right now, I was supposed to be up at a diversity conference that's up in Idaho Falls. He's there attending that in my stead because we're here doing this. So we're constantly helping each other out and dividing and conquering on things as we prioritize and execute. So we have K-9, SWAT, crisis negotiations that are all run under that division commander. So each division commander makes sure that budget is allocated, the resources and the manpower for each division. So they're also reviewing uses of force, pursuits, citizens' complaints, citizen compliments, professional standards. All that stuff's funneled through the deputy chief who oversees all that. Our policies and procedures that are currently up to speed. All the division commanders are responsible to maintain those policies within their division, to constantly review them, constantly see what the national standards are, and if we need to make a change or adjustment.
And is a division commander the same as a captain?
Yes.
Okay.
So, any questions on our organizational chart? I could get way into the weeds on everything, but that's why we sent you the service level report, so you can take a look at that.
Could you, on my ride-along, it was a year ago, but it was sort of interesting because, you know, for a brief part of it, you know, the officer was in the station and, you know, typing up a report, and there was another officer also typing, and they wouldn't have passed high school typing class. And and so I'm more curious than is healthy for anyone, but I said, okay, so what happens? You know, how much time do you spend typing, and then what happens to what you type up? And so what one of the officers said, well, we have transcriptionists who turn what we type in into English. And I had a couple of thoughts around that statement, but one of them was, well, if we're paying an inexpert typist to type up a report, which then has to go to somebody else to be retyped, is there a more effective way to organize that process?
Sure.
So I'm just curious what is supposed to be the whole, and I understand if you're going to court or whatever, then you want...
Most of our reports are actually dictated via the phone. So it's what I say gets transcribed into English.
Okay.
We have a very diverse department, and like I'm from Chicago, we have people from New York, and we talk different. But what normally happens when an officer will actually have to type a report is if they actually arrest somebody or an unusual circumstance where it has to be reviewed and has to be at a court the very next day before it could be transcribed. And those things are required to be typing. Yeah. Would we benefit from having a typing course or a keyboarding session? Sure, but...
and I'm not suggesting that.
But I'm just saying is that we have higher priorities that we deal with.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're absolutely correct, and that's why we have the transcription system that we do. And we've actually, just in a couple years ago, we've upgraded it.
Right.
It's all on the phone now, so the officers, for the most part, can sit in their car in view of the public.
Yeah, it was just a process question. I just needed to kind of put it together. Thank you.
So it's been probably, since you've been out on that ride-along, it's been streamlined, so it's a lot more effective and efficient and follows that lean model, so.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Do those stenographers work from home, or are they in the building?
They're in the building. They have other assignments too. They also run criminal histories and check on follow-up for the detectives. They answer the phone in the detective division. They work with our crime analysts.
Okay, so those aren't work from home
No.
positions?
No.
Where they're just doing transcription and? Okay.
No.
Right, because that's like medical transcription. Most organizations just contract that out.
Yeah, and
have it in-house.
we assessed that several years ago, and based off the sensitivity of our cases, we did not figure that was a good option, that we have other tasks that they can do as well, and cross-train people to do other things within the building. So we thought for the consistency of the reports going to court, that was the best thing for the chain of custody of that report, so.
Okay.
So, any other questions on the structure?
What would happen if help me find this, community outreach if that included more complicated, or were cut in order to create money for something like a mediation pool or something that is currently, as per our conversation the other day, there are a lot of things that police officers, sworn officers have to get involved in where there's no law been broken. And so really they're trying to do what's right for the community and so forth and so on, bless their hearts, but is pulling them off the street or off other duties. And so in looking at the chart, I wondered because whether or not community outreach could perhaps include something like a trained, money for a trained pool of community mediators, especially since, for not all of the year, but in addition, the 6 SRO officers in the summer could do outreach, because that's kind of part of their purpose, being in the schools. It's not just law enforcement, it's community relationships and so forth and so on. So I was just wondering if, what your thoughts would be on any reshuffling in that arena, and we don't have to talk about it now if you prefer. I'm not sure when.
I can give you a really simple, clear, and concise answer to that. We always look at the reallocation of manpower, and if we need those positions, we looked at this, and with what's going on in the country this day and age, that position is needed. One of the things that we have here that's different than other communities is a strong relationship with our community. Every one of those people that were here with these nonprofits, we have built a relationship with them, whether it's through another organization or through the Pocatello Police Department. And it's because of those strong relationships why we're able to do a lot of the things we do here, and why we're different than what's going on in the rest of the country.
So in a 5-day week, what would that person be doing typically?
Well, as an example, yesterday morning, our community outreach officer, Officer Cates, and I went to a private tour of the new homeless shelter at Aid for Friends, and we're also talking to people from the crisis center and from the hospital that were there in the sheriff's department. He's responsible for reaching our LGBTQ community. He gets with Idaho State University students and different organizations. He is busy every day of the week reaching out to different groups in our community. And that's part of the problem that the United States has seen, is the isolation of their police department from their community. And so we allocated a full-time position to that. You mentioned earlier our school resource officers. Well, 2 of our school resource officers this summer are doing a project where they go with at-risk youth and they do community service projects and they do some fun things with them to show them a better path than what they're on. The other officers are working with probation and parole in order to check on other at-risk youths that aren't involved. They're not just sitting.
Oh, and I'm not suggesting that.
But we're very involved in the community, right, and we continue to be.
Right. So do you have like a plan? Like what is your schema, your plan for community outreach for that position, or is it a more reactive? I mean, it's great to do a tour and then talk to the people who are there.
No, it's very proactive. It's very proactive.
So could I get a copy of whatever that?
You can have a copy of his job description. All that is entailed in his job description.
But I mean, like, so every year, what organizations does that person try to make contact? I mean, I'm just looking for, not just, because I get the job description, and I'm not saying it's not valuable, quite the opposite. But I'm just trying to get a handle on what is our proactive plan to build for that person. What are their ongoing plans to build these relationships? That's all I'm asking for. Sure. I mean, I had a job description as a principal, but I also needed to have I needed to submit to the district my plan for how I was going to fulfill the responsibilities that were designated in my job description.
That's why we have a chain of command. He answers to a lieutenant, who answers to a captain, who answers to a chief and on. And that's very, very deep in the weeds for a member of council. But we can give you the information you require. But
well, it should, I mean, whoever is the person who's saying, okay, community outreach officer, here are the organizations we'd like you to make sure you contact every year, blah, blah, blah. Whoever decides that, I don't know who it is, and I don't really honestly
We can get
care.
you some more information on that.
I'd just like to know what the plan is, because that's really, that's not reactive, like, you know, policing, I mean, crimes on the street, you can't plan those, obviously. But something like community outreach, you can have a clear plan.
Well, we can have a plan, but you have to understand too, that it is, as police work, it is also reactive.
Of course. But not
Because it
entirely.
depends on the issues that are facing the community at large.
Sure, and that can be then designated in plan.
What I think she's talking about, though, is what will you institute in the next year? For example, had it not been for the police advisory group, you would not have the SRO officers that you're talking about now. They were part of a larger community policing plan that was developed, and it had community support, and those people drove the introduction of SROs to the program. So I think it's just, you know, where are we going to go?
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, we can get that information, sure.
Thanks.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll leave that chart. Where's code enforcement?
Code enforcement is in support services. So
It's not listed.
it should be,
Can't see it on here.
yeah, you might not be able to see it. It should, so if you go to support services, it is, you didn't, for some reason you didn't make it on there. So licensing and code enforcement are both run out of support services, and they report to the lieutenant there. So they're busy. Code enforcement they're busy, and we've actually tapped into animal services for some help with that on code enforcement, picking up some abandoned vehicles, following up on abandoned vehicles, found property like bicycles and things like that. And licensing is you see Tori in here quite often. It used to be Janae, but Janae's she's our new training coordinator and part of our volunteer coordinator. So they're run out of that division.
So it's another branch off of the lieutenant?
Correct. Okay. Yes.
Oh, okay, so that, I was just gonna ask, which sergeant, is it under sergeant dispatch? I mean, but
Yeah.
it's another arm.
Yeah, it should be.
Lieutenant, and then there's another.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
let's
okay.
clear that up. Get us a new one of these org charts with the right stuff in it and distribute it to the city
Yeah,
council.
that's the only box that's missing there. We had
Code enforcement and licensing, right?
Yes.
So get us a new one.
Okay.
Okay, let's move. Move on.
Tell me lunch is here.
Well, lunch is here, but that doesn't matter. Let's move on. We really, truly have scheduled about 15 minutes for each one of these. And so we're gonna...
So Jim kind of covered the next the next group of slides with our budget, but I'll let Major McCoy talk about the budget things here.
Just real quick, sorry, but on the personnel slide, in 2016, we had 133.5 employees, 91 sworn. We now have 140. Our staffing was basically stable until 2019, and then between 2019 and 2020, we gave up 2 positions to finance some pay raises for our employees to try to improve our status in the market, but we still lag behind. And then in 2020, we hired 5 officers for 2021 under a DOJ COPS grant for our street crimes unit that, again, is working with the community in educating and going against gang violence, including human trafficking and drugs. As far as our budget growth, as Jim said, while our budget has grown between 2016 and 22, the variances in wages and operating budget has remained flat. The variance in personnel was 0.5%, and in our operations budget, it was only 4.3%. The largest area of growth in our budget has been in the 11.5% growth in transfers, or what we pay other city departments for their services. That's the largest growth in our budget. Any questions on any of that?
No, but just to confirm, and then you don't bill any departments?
Correct.
Okay.
We have enough billing of departments going back and forth.
Well, no, I'm just curious. I just wanted to confirm that. I know a while back, you and I had a conversation, and then I kind of misunderstood something at a later council meeting, so
Just,
you get billed, but you don't bill. I'm sorry.
just for the record, I'm not a big fan of transfers, other than for what is truly needed. I know that that was developed within the context of past CFOs, and I'm not denigrating them in any way, but I would want to take a look at transfers and make sure that we're not over-transferring or under-transferring. And along the lines of what you're asking, I don't envision that it would be appropriate necessarily for the police department to charge back other departments. I'm trying to keep it to a minimal level, so.
I think, if I remember right, the reason for that was that we were not recouping the investment we were doing in the water and sewer and stuff.
Right.
And so that's the only way we could do it.
Yeah, and there's a theory behind that. I won't go into that right now.
And is it the same with fire? They don't bill back either?
That's correct.
So you're going to be, at some point when you and the mayor decide it's appropriate, you'll be bringing your
Scheme.
thoughts and views on what could be different to us? Is that what
Yeah.
I'm hearing?
When we're all on the same page as it relates to that, yes.
So and we'll go ahead and wrap up here. On the last slide.
There's two more. That one and one more.
If you go back to that last slide.
Budget variances.
Okay.
Budget
This one?
variances.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay, like Jim said, our total variance was 288,000 and some change. The operational increases in our budget are due to actual increases we pay for services that we can no longer absorb, as well as an identified need for increasing our first aid capability. We've had 3 officer-involved shootings this year, which proved to us our training philosophy, which emphasizes high standards in firearms use of force, as well as de-escalation, is on track. It also showed that we had a shortcoming in our first aid capabilities. We've decided to go and upgrade our first aid kits to ICAC, or an improved first aid kit that the military uses, will allow us to give immediate treatment to more types of wounds. As an example, when I was in the military, you tore open your bandage, and if they had a sucking chest wound, which we experienced this year, where air is coming through the wound and collapsing the lung, you would slap the plastic casing over the wound to seal it. Well, the improved kits have pre-formed seals that have valves on them that you can do both front and back, and allows us to try to save the lives of anybody that's been involved in an incident like that. So we've identified that need. And what had been happening in the past, and what happened this year, is officers were buying this equipment out of their own pockets and having it at the scenes. And that, we can't tolerate that.
So, just, I have one question regarding that kind of life-saving, those kind of life-saving measures.
Mm-hmm.
So then, is there going to be training relative?
Yes,
Okay.
we already give training. And
Okay. And then with regard to the fact that there were 3, I may be on a different slide, that there were 3 shootings and stuff. So besides, I mean, you mentioned earlier that you meet all the post standards. Is there anything that PPD does that's above post standards?
this first aid is a primary example of that.
Okay, is there anything else?
Officers are required, in today's environment, you know, you can't just, if you're involved in a shooting, you can't just watch the guy there or watch the person there.
No,
you have to perform life-saving measures. And we're being proactive, and we're doing what we can to
Is there any
better
other
serve
area where you're doing more than what post requires?
We do more training on our high-speed chases and pit maneuvers and what we call EVOC, emergency vehicle operations. Our firearms training is top-notch, but it's all driven by court decisions.
Right.
So
our defensive tactics program is a model for the state. We do above and beyond what's required by the state. They're going to actually mandate 8 hours of that every 2 years. we are well above that standard. We're well above it with our first aid, our de-escalation, we do that. We work that into all of our training, our full force training, which is scenario-based training, whether it's on our simulator or whether it's live using simunitions, which are the paint bullets. We do that. We make sure we do that on a yearly basis so that our officers are well trained, so that when the situations happen, they're able to respond and use those tools in their toolbox to make sure that they're properly handling those situations.
And we're very economical about it. One of our reserve officers is actually driving our defensive tactics training, and we're receiving training that you would pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for free of charge. And this is part of the reason that our officers are so competitive for other positions, and it's going to hurt us.
So last year we had talked about whether or not it would be possible in a scenario like this, whether or not we could, provide those services at a reasonable fee to surrounding smaller jurisdictions. And I'm wondering whether or not we do that on a regular basis, whether we actively market to whomever.
If we host a class, we charge a fee. And if it's our instructors, then that goes into our revenue line item. If it's post that's hosting it, then post takes the fees.
Right, for sure.
But if we host a class, if it's a neighboring agency and we have an MOU with them, or they provided some training for us, we'll provide some training for them. We do that a lot with Bannock County, with Chubbuck, with Fort Hall, and that's just within the neighboring agency, Idaho State University with public safety. So, and we'll share instructors a lot of times too, but if we do host a class, we take the money, it goes into our revenue line item.
Rick?
We've heard about defibrillators in cars. Are all of our cars now have defibrillators?
Yes.
They do, good.
Yes, AEDs in every vehicle.
Chris?
So I have line item questions. And please, I'm not questioning the integrity of any line item, I'm just trying to understand, because sometimes I'm confused. Okay, so, and a lot of it is in the kind of training, subscriptions, memberships, consultants, in that arena.
Okay.
So 40-05 is consultants. And so what do consultants do versus 4012, which is training?
So I can tell you that 4012 is any class that we register to. Like if I go to a class in Utah, or somebody goes to whoever, we send some SWAT guys down to a class in Utah, and the class is $1,000 for a week per person. Well, that would be $4,000. If we send 4 SWAT guys, that's $4,000 to just attend the class. So that's strictly for registration fees. If there's a Zoom call or something like we do some webinars that cost money, that's associated with the training fee. The consulting fees, those are for different things that we may consult out for, whether that's an attorney for our union, or for if we have to consult out with a different group to get an outside perspective on something, or we have to consult with other places or other entities that will come in and evaluate something that we're doing. That's why we have those consultation fees.
So how do you determine, is it like an average over time is how you come up with like a standard amount that gets built in, or how does that, because I'm envisioning that consulting might vary from year to year. So do you just, and then if you don't spend or you overspend, and this is probably a Jim question, where does that money go? Where does it
Under
come from?
4005, there's 3 things. There's $20,000 for the union negotiations for a lawyer, and that was put into our budget by the city.
Right.
Okay. The other amount, the other 15,000 plus, is for the EAP program, and that is in our budget, but it's controlled by HR, and they pay the bills on that. So that's what those consulting fees are.
So those are the kinds of places where, perhaps some language could be changed so that it's clearer what's what, I don't know. Okay, and then what dues and membership, I'm assuming what do we pay under 4015? And again, what dues and memberships do we pay every year that results in that, well, it seems 31,000, 30,000. I mean, what goes under there year after year after year that is consistent?
Well, let me find it.
And I'm not trying to play any gotcha here.
Sure. No, I don't.
I'm just trying to understand.
I can start, and I'm sure the major can finish, but we're a part of several different organizations like the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the FBI National Academy Associates, our polygraphists are under their polygraphist organizations that they are members of. So that way, when they put out publications, we get those publications. Or if they go to a training conference, they get a reduced fee for the training conference. It also adds access to their website so that we have access to what's going on with the IACP or the FBINA or the polygraphist or ICAC, which is the Internet Crimes Against Children, and different groups like that. So anytime that there's a registration fee for a group that we feel it's important to be associated with to get that most current information and access to that information, that's what we do.
So then what comes under 4016 subscriptions that isn't part of dues and membership? I mean, you've talked about publications, which seems to me ought to be 4016. I mean, I understand some membership organizations.
Under 4016, we have our Leads Online program. And what that does is that allows us to track different items that are being trafficked illegally. Our Lexipol, which is our legal service that reviews our policy and makes sure it meets current legal standards. Internet for Forensics falls under that so that we can look into computers that you wouldn't want to see.
Sure, you're right about that.
Part of it is there's $7,000 in there, which is the city's portion of the FOP.
So I understand now, so I get it.
Sure. Because under each of these line items, what I do is I have all the subsections and all the sub-variables that part of my job is to track all that on a weekly basis. I get twice a week, 3 times a week, I get girls from records coming in, making me pay bills, and I have all those items listed, and I can show them to you, and I keep a year-to-date balancing that is...
And great, and I'm not concerned about that. I just wanted to understand, because of the 2 categories, and I just wanted to try to distinguish for my own...
And some of those things are very, very critical to our operations, like the Leads Online. Every time you go to pawn something, you go to the pawn shop reports to us. Right. So we get great information from that, and it's a great investigative tool. And I mean, we've tracked stuff all the way down to Arizona and California.
And it really helps when you ask a citizen, well, my computer was stolen. Well, do you know what make it was? No. Do you know what model it was? No. And then we can look and see what's been pawned lately and develop leads.
Yeah, no, like I say, and then 4099 is other professional services. So it sounded as though attorneys and so forth and so on is actually maybe not part of 4005. And so then I'm assuming that 4099 is where those kinds of things show up.
4099, the attorney in 4005 is just for the legal representation of the city during negotiations.
Right.
Under 4099, we have money set aside for towing. We have an accident or DUI investigation, or we need to bring a car in for evidence. There's towing. Biohazards. If someone is bleeding in a police car or has had too much liquor, that's in there. Background investigations, daycare licensing and fingerprinting, state inspections.
All right. I mean, again, I get it. I was just curious.
Also, our psychological exams come out of the 40 line item. So every time we hire somebody for patrol or for dispatch, we have to send them to the psychologist.
Right.
And there's a fee for that. Or anytime we do send someone, like after an officer involved shooting, to the psychologist, there's a fee for that out of consulting. So those are all different things out of that 40 block of line items that you're
and that comes, it gets so in the weeds that every time one of our officers says, run this license plate, we get charged by the state.
Got it. Okay, okay. And then what land do we rent and what structures?
Chinese Peak, we have a radio relay station up there.
Okay, all right. And then we also, there's 5122, 5123, and then buildings and structures, 5203, which all seem, as I was just curious. I mean, you've explained 51, 22, and 23, but what buildings is, I don't know. What does that mean?
It's repair costs for our building.
Existing buildings, okay. Okay, all right. And then what's the difference between a light vehicle and a vehicle? It's 3225 and 8205?
So those are detective vehicles, staff vehicles, so those are the vehicles that don't have the black and whites, so it might be an unmarked vehicle for detectives.
Okay.
And that's part of our rotation plan that we've worked with Fleet on, so.
And then I'm assuming that 9618 education support is therefore, based on previous conversation, not training and memberships.
Correct.
That's for people who are going to
college.
College.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. This is what happens when I go through things carefully. I apologize. I'm not trying to hold things up. All right, I think. Okay. And Jim, if you could just help remind me one more time, because I'm dense sometimes.
Jim Kruger or Jim McCoy?
Like what?
I was just gonna wait to see
Oh, I'm
your
sorry,
answer.
Jim, numbers Jim.
Numbers Jim.
Numbers Jim,
Not the real
not law
McCoy,
Jim.
the other guy.
So when, because I was looking at 3199, just as an example of year-to-date, we've spent 7,200, budgeted 10,000. If there's money left over in that line, where does that go?
Doesn't go anywhere, just stays there.
Stays
So
in
if
the
you're,
police department?
yeah, that's correct. However, I mean,
So then would
for
that...
transparency purposes, just so everybody knows, last year, I know there was a transfer at the end of the year, which took remaining funds that were in budgets and moved those into Fund 78. I don't know how much of the remaining funds that was done with, but it was sort of on a summary basis.
Because my thought is that if we budgeted 10,000 and we had money left over, then there are two implications, well, three probably. One, there was an unusual year. Two, we over budgeted slightly. Or three, we could budget less the next year, even if we maintain the same average in that line item. And to date, in last year's budget discussions, at least those kinds of conversations didn't come up. And so I'm just saying that they might come up they will probably come up, at least from me, this year. And
Sure.
I wonder if there isn't a way, again, to have something built into our process so that that kind of situation is addressed just as part of our regular budgeting process.
Well, and that's what I do. I keep it, like I said, every time I get a bill, I keep track of it.
Right.
And then me along with senior staff, we reevaluate every year. Like under the line item you're talking about, there's $2,500 in that line item to replace filters in our water fountains.
Right.
And that hasn't been spent yet, but that will be, and that's 25% of that line item right there. And what we were paying over $3,500, excuse me, a year for Culligan to come in and replace bottles and maintain machines.
Sure.
And we found a way to save $1,000 and give our officers and our employees fresher, cleaner water.
Right, right.
So I think generally, though, yes, that will all be accounted for as Jim and I put this budget together and stuff. And so you'll be able to ask the question, did we increase it? Why did we do this and that? I think
Well,
those answers will be.
it's not so much why, but if there could be kind of an automated process that if, rather than that money just kind of sitting there, unbeknownst to people like me as opposed to you guys who are on top of it, that would be factored in to the budgeting process automatically.
So something for the council to keep in mind that on average, equipment costs, I just got a study back from IACP, 3 to 5% is what they're projecting for an annual equipment cost. Now, we start talking about ammunition. The cost on ammunition, as Councilman Cheatham could probably tell you, has skyrocketed.
Right.
I'm surprised your 3222 is only up $1,200.
Yeah, we are, well, we actually found a different, we actually found a different vendor. And we're able to.
You mean year to date?
No, the budget amount is only up $1,200.
Yeah, we were asked to stay within the CPI. We were asked to stay within the CPI on any increases that we had, and so we did.
Our ammunition costs, well, not our ammunition costs, but ammunition costs in general have gone up 57% this year.
What I'm saying is 100 to 200%.
We work on a different system. Yeah, we work on a different system, but we were told to, like the chief said, stay under the 1.8 CPI. So that's what we did. And in that line item, we did that across the board. That's where we got the minor increase that we did. Fuel's going to be the same way. Fuel since January has gone up over $1 a gallon.
Winchester just announced a 16% increase.
Yeah.
So all I'm, I guess, and maybe asking for is, I'm not saying that money shouldn't stay in police or whatever department, but I'm not sure that, I just want the clarity of knowing, okay, that money came from somewhere and it's going somewhere versus the fact that it's just there and then it's sort of there undesignated in your budget, and therefore it can get spent on to absorb engine price increases or whatever. I'm just looking for some clarity about, okay, there was this much money left at the end of the year, and
It's been my understanding that if we, in the year, and there's money left over at the end of the year, that it is either gone either to Fund 78 for capital or it goes back into the reserves.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not like, we don't have our own bank account, so.
Right, well, but Jim just said it stays in that line item. But every department has that line item?
For that year?
No.
Okay.
So essentially, I think what you're asking, Chris, is what happens in the next year's budget.
Right.
And the answer to that question is, unless the department says there's a reason for it to decrease, for instance, I'm not going to decrease it.
Right.
I don't have any basis to know how they want to operate
Right.
within that context. So, but if the council decides that you want to reduce it, then that's your decision within that context.
Right, and all I'm looking for is a way to have some kind of handle.
And I think that between Jim and I, we can get that.
Okay.
I think we can address that concern in, when the budget is here, and I think we understand where you're going. Claudia?
I have a question I want to go back to training a little bit.
Sure.
So say I'm an officer, and for example, there's a SWAT training, right? And it might be a week or 2 weeks or a month, I don't know how long it takes, but my understanding is SWAT school is very arduous. But so if it costs, say, $5,000 and you send me, and 2 days in, I'm like, I'm out, I ring out, right? Because it's more than what I anticipated it being. Do we get some kind of a credit for that money we spent, or does that $5,000 that you spent to send me, is that lost, or do you?
It depends on the situation. We recently, that's actually a good example, because we recently had several people that went to a basic SWAT course, new officers. The course was held at a certain facility in another state, Utah. But two of our officers were unable to complete it. And initially, that was my thought is, there's got to be a way where we can make either the school or these officers reimburse us, because I'm old school Army. I'm like, there's no way you suck it up and you drive on. But when we looked at it, there were several officers from several different departments that couldn't make it through the training. I'm talking a very large portion, not 5%.
No, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with not making it through, because failure, I mean, you fail and then you try again. So it's not that. I'm just wondering if that money that you paid to send me this time and I wash out after 3 or 4 days, because for whatever reason, it's irrelevant.
It was a week-long school, and
right.
3 days into it.
Is there any credit that we retain, so that then if I want to go back next year and try it again, it's there?
I can say generally, no.
Okay.
But in certain circumstances, we had a person go to a course and the instructor had a family emergency. What we got then was a credit, and then they were able to go back later and finish the course.
Okay. So under most circumstances, the answer is yes to your question. Okay. Under very rare circumstances, the answer no.
Okay.
So like if someone goes and there's some type of family emergency, those companies are really good at providing us with a way to get the person back to complete that certification.
Does that work as well with like a medical, like say I'm doing training and I break my leg?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And there's just a few finishing points that I'd like to make sure that the council knows, and I know this was a big thing that Councilwoman Stevens brought up. We obtained $92,512.65 from School District 25 for additional funding for school resource officers. However, their big question was, are you going to add one? And I told them not this year. Next year, our plan is to go back, ask for additional dollars, but to add a school resource officer to that cadre. So we're not asking for any people this year. So plan on next year, me coming back and saying, hey, we got some more funding from the school district, because that's going to be my push starting tomorrow, right? And getting an additional SRO in a school. We're going to have a future need for evidence storage. We've outgrown our evidence the way it is. There's a more effective and efficient way with some collapsible
rolling
shelves. Those, you crank them and they roll. The way our evidence set up, our building was built here in 1993. And we're doing the best we can with the space that we have. I think it'd be irresponsible for us to ask for a new building right now with the way the economy is, and we're not planning on doing that, but we might need to do something within the confines of those walls. Our men's locker room and our women's locker room, we need to do something with those, especially our men's locker room. It's got the tiles from 1993 in there, and it's we're working with building over and maybe some COVID things that we could do to make it a little more sanitary in there. So those are some future needs that we're looking at within our building.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. We've just proven that the council may not be able to get back after a 10-minute break, but the police department cannot stay to a 15-minute thing either. So I just want to put that on record. With that, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We're going to be about a half hour probably for lunch, so that we'll be able to do what we need to there. And so let's plan on being back here about 2:15. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us after our lunch break. Appreciate you tuning back in. We'll go ahead and move to agenda item number 8, which is fiscal year 2022 Fire Department Budget Report. Chief Gates will give a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Chief Gates, Pocatello Fire Department, and I'm here with Reiner Hearn, Assistant Chief of Operations. Thanks for your time today. I'm going to be really brief. Jim's showing you the org chart, and I don't really think, unless you have questions about that, we'll move right along. We did increase one FT in the fire department from 21 and then into 22. I would like to just talk a little bit about sometimes why we don't fill the minute there's a vacancy, primarily because of the extensive amount of time it takes to train candidates. So we normally try and pool them. So we'll try and hold off hiring one and then maybe hire one early while hiring one late. so that we end up with a nice candidate pool while we go through the 6-week training process. So I just wanted to touch on that. I'll just go through quickly budget variances. The biggest one in personnel was basically we infused $220,777 into our personnel line in '21 due to our deployments. That was all money that we received back from the deployments. That's sitting there kind of as a placeholder in case we get deployments going next year, and that's taken out of the budget, obviously. I'm super proud to say that our operating budget, we built a flat budget as was requested. The only thing that our budget went up by was the amount of hiring funding that was transferred from the HR department. Capital outlay dropped by $550,000, which was the CARES money that we got for the radios. And I would like to say that one of the things, just going through our lines, I think we do try and do things efficiently. We also try and find reductions, so I'm going to give you some examples. I move money around within my budget to accomplish things that we need to get done. I had reductions in foam. I reduced foam primarily because we don't use as much foam as we used to, primarily because that's driven by the EPA. We can't shoot foam anymore, it's bad for the environment. So we don't train with it the way we used to, and so we're not burning through foam. Radio repairs, we bought brand new radios, so we reduced our radio lines by $4,000. And then Andy Holmes last year introduced us to a new telephone system that has saved us about $4,000 in our telephone costs. So I repurposed that funding to go to our software, which is helping us do more online training, that's the web-based training. And then we also, obviously with the hiring of the firefighters that we got, we needed turnouts. So I infused $6,000 into our turnout budget line that help offset both the turnouts are the things they wear. They're about $2,500 a piece. So pretty expensive, but we felt like that would at least get us through this next year. And with that, I'm looking forward to talking capital later, but not today, because I know Jim has a comprehensive plan to deal with that. I would stand for any questions. They're a little bit, Mayor, I want you to put this on note. I was shorter than Chief Shaw.
I'm sitting here shocked. I'm like, what in the world just happened? What did you do with Dave,
Did you wear your seatbelt?
What did you do with Dave?
I think you have bragging rights now, yes.
You need to get blood next time.
That's right.
Questions?
Is line 26-05, is that the negotiated clothing allowance?
26-05. That is negotiated clothing allowance. And I'm pretty sure there's some other stuff in there. I'd have to pull up the thing. We also have certain boots, so boots that we buy.
Separate from the clothing allowance?
Separate from the clothing.
Okay. And then a lot of the things I had written down for you got answered by the police, so.
Okay.
So you're going to get off easy.
Don't give police any credit for this.
So what is a 6406, what's a merchant discount fee?
That I would have to talk to my office manager about. Generally, we get, say the number again,
6406, $500.
I just.
Yeah, and you've spent
I'd have to
almost 19
I'm not going
this year.
to bluff you. I don't know what that.
Okay. No, that's fine.
It's one of those things that the office gets from
If somebody
paying.
could just like send out a quick email, that'd be great.
You can ask about 6301.
What?
Are you going to ask about 6301? Is that on your list?
No, but feel free. What was doctor and hospital was around night?
So we have to, by contract, I have to provide annual physicals for every member of the department. For the line guys, that's $865 a physical. For the office staff, it's $500. And so banks out about $80,000 a year in physicals.
And so that's a legal requirement or?
It's a contractual requirement.
Contract, okay.
And then let me point out one other thing, and this is one that I would caution you about your line item adjust. So the union also has contracted $20,000 in basically their wellness program. I never know where they're gonna spend it. Sometimes they buy equipment, sometimes they send people to wellness training, sometimes they do something else. So that line also has that 20,000 in there, but throughout the year, it's spent in various locations, and we put it in the line that's appropriate to whatever it is they're doing.
So,
Does that make sense?
yeah, so the 20,000 is part of the 97?
It's part of that number,
Okay.
yes.
And then what is 9603 Info Service Center?
That's a interfund
Interfund
transfer.
to-
And that's
for
how
IT.
much he gets to pay for the services that
Got
he
it,
gets from.
got it,
Yeah.
okay. And let's see that, and then what hardware and software are you anticipating for 2022? I didn't write down the line item, but that,
Hardware and software is our NIFRS program, which is the national reporting. It's our Target Solutions, which is our training platform.
but so these are, so that, whichever, and I'm sorry, I didn't write down.
3106.
Oh, it's 3106, thank you, Rick. So is that like just annual fees for hardware,
Yes,
software?
yeah, you pay your maintenance,
Versus a new
yes.
something or other?
Most of these are web-based anymore, so
Right.
it's a web-based platform, and we're
Right.
just paying the annual fee for that.
Right, okay. And the other unmentionable department answered the other questions.
6301, travel and meals, $35,000, what is that?
So that's basically, travel and meals is to send people to training. It's very difficult.
Oh, it's like a per diem?
Yeah, it's your per diem, hotel costs if you send them off to get certification training for something, or, we try and do, a lot of what we do, we're that insurance policy, so there's a lot of training we have to do to prepare, and so we're constantly, and we try and earmark all that stuff. We always try and make a person who, if we send them to outside training, part of that tasking is you come back and have to share that with the rest of the department, so then they teach in-house.
Okay, but that includes travel and hotels?
Yes.
And per diem, okay.
Yep.
So just follow up, so one of the things you do with your training, you try to leverage it so that when you train somebody, they can in turn be certified to come back here.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'll say one thing about our first responders, fire and police both. They do a very good job when they send somebody to training. They may send one or two people to training, but they come back and train the rest of the department pretty well to make sure that happens, because it is a cost savings to us, and so.
Otherwise, you're paying overtime to send somebody else, and it's just a lot easier when we can teach that in-house after sending somebody, so.
And you can accomplish that on shifts usually?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Any other questions for Dave? All right. I just got to tell you, I am literally picking myself off the floor, Dave. That was incredible. That was very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to have to cut these metaphors short because David said he would stand for any questions.
No.
That's right.
The mayor said he had to pick himself up.
That's right. No, it was good, so.
So Dave, send me an email on the line item that you were talking about. Okay.
What item was that he needed to follow up on? The 6406, okay.
I'll probably have an answer, I'll just text Chris.
That sounds great. All right, perfect.
I actually think if I'm betting, it's kind of like in the medical reimbursement. Sometimes we receive a payment that then was paid somewhere else, and we have to give a refund, and so there's a redisbursement is what I think it is, but I'll double check.
Double check. Okay, perfect. All right, thank you very much. Then with that, we are adjourned. I hate to say it, but that was a very quick meeting. That we're going to take a few minutes break because I know Heather needs to get some stuff in for the special meeting. And so we're just going to take a minute to let everybody clear out, and then we'll go from there.